bowl first?
Sometimes. I'm looking at this now going, who's going to take wickets for you?
Yeah.
Because the next two coming on are Similani and Lewis. And
Lewis is going to take all your wickets. What do you laugh? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Hollywoodbets Kingsmead Stadium. It is the final round of the 4-day series, and we are here to see the Hollywoodbets Dolphins take on the Dafabet Warriors. The Warriors currently sitting top of the table and looking pretty going into this final round, unbeaten this season, 3 wins and 3 draws from their 6 matches. The Hollywoodbets Dolphins, though, they have got a bit of work to do with 2 wins from their 6 games so far this season, along with 3 draws and a loss. News from the middle earlier this morning is that the Hollywoodbets Dolphins won the toss and they decided to bowl first, which is something of a discussion that we've been having already. Alongside me to start the day is a former Hollywoodbets Dolphins batter and Protea, Vaughan van Jaarsveld. Vaughan, we had a little bit of a chat about the toss. What are your initial thoughts on that?
morning, Nick. Morning, viewers. Beautiful day. As some would say back in my day, it's a batting day. Very confused as to the decision to bowl first. Do you think that the Dolphins obviously plan or think that they're going to try and bowl the Warriors out quite cheaply and then try and bat once, give themselves an opportunity to sort of stamp their approval on the game? But looking at the pitch at the moment, I think it's just going to be one of those games where maybe one side bats once and the other team's going to be chasing the game.
So you've joined us 7 overs into the first innings. The Warriors currently 14 without loss. Ruben Herman opening the batting. He is alongside Modiri Liteko. Herman 12 not out. From 17 deliveries, played some glorious straight drives already early on. Liteko getting into his work, 2 of 26 deliveries. Okuhle has taken the new ball from the old Fort End for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. It does seem early on, though, Vaughan, that there isn't a huge amount in it for the seamers so far this morning. We haven't seen any lateral movement nor swing.
I think the only one that's sort of swung the ball was Boshi from the Mgani end, but that was in the first 2 or 3 overs of his opening spell. So we saw the last over, there was no movement, no sideways movement. And then obviously Kusesele normally hits the seam, gets a bit of movement off the deck, but nothing has...
Big shout for the Dolphins. Looked a little bit high from where we are positioned behind the bowler's arm.
And like I said, that's probably the first one that's moved off the deck with Kush. So very good shot, possibly a good stride in, maybe just going over the top.
We can see that the Dolphins are confident that there are going to be some nick-offs early on. They've got 3 slips and a gully early to Liteko, who currently is playing in his first game of the season for the Warriors in the 4-day series. So there will obviously be nerves there. His first showing, and it's shown a little bit early. He's striking at just 7 runs per 100 balls at the moment. Another shout. Not as confident this time around, though, from the Hollywoodbets Dolphins.
Nick, just to give you some insight into Kingsmead, when you start seeing the swallows flying over the grass, you know it's a batting day.
We do have a lot of swallows at the moment, flying really low. Does it get a bit disorientating for the players?
The heat. Most definitely. I had this discussion with somebody the other day, and they said to me, how did you play so many 4-day games? You played in black clothing in one-day cricket? And it's not that bad. cricket as a sport, you're always busy doing something. You're either fielding, you're bowling, or you're batting. You're always running around. Your mind's taken off the heat, off a lot of things actually. So I think towards the end of the day, or when you're sitting in the change room, that's when you start feeling the effects of it.
It's when the fatigue sets in. Final ball of the over. Another dot. Maiden over there from Ukutletele. The Warriors 14 without loss. It looked like we saw Ngobani Mokoena warming up at mid-wicket. Wonder whether he'll be coming on anytime soon, because I think, given the conditions, the seam bowlers will be used in fairly short bursts. Interestingly though, the Dolphins, if we just go through the lineups for this one, looking at the Hollywoodbets Dolphins lineup, Tshepang de Tole, Samal Pillay is down to open the batting with de Tole, Slade van Staden at 3, Bryce Parsons at 4, Kai Zondo at 5, 6 is Hanu Fulyun the keeper, 7 Ethan Bosch, 8 Andile Simelane, 9 Ngobani Mokoena, 10 is Tristan Luce, and 11 is Ukutletele. So there is no Pranellan Subrian in that Hollywoodbets Dolphins lineup, Vaughan, which is going to be a big one, especially given the weather that we're expecting over the next 4 days.
Yeah, it's a massive one, Nick. And you're looking at your two spin options is Bryce Parsons and
Samal Pillay.
Probably Samal Pillay. Maybe I've always tried to edge Kaya into getting the golden arm going again, but he's very reluctant. So those are your two spin options, and one, Bryce Parsons, being experienced already. So he's going to have to carry almost the attack from one side of the game, with your seamers bowling from the other side. Whereas Samal Pillay, the youngster, seen him bowl in the previous 4-day game that he played down here against the Tuskers early on in the season.
Bosch around the wicket.
Almost think that Samal Pillay will also be one of those bowlers that might bowl in little bursts, just to get him into the game. There wasn't much turn from him last time that we watched him. Almost wicket to wicket. It's not the typical Kesh Maharaj or pass player, Senura Muthusami. So very strange that the Dolphins haven't gone with an out-and-out spinner.
It's very rare that you see that Dolphins not having an out-and-out spinner. Quick single there from the Warriors. Liteko getting home in the end. Directed would have made things interesting, you think, but Ruben Herman just trying to rotate the strike a little bit early on. Bosch now changing his angle to Herman, coming around the wicket.
Jordan.
Did I say Ruben? Apologies. Brother of Jordan, who was part of that Sunrisers Eastern Cape side that recently won the Betway SA 20, had another fantastic season for the Sunrisers. And now
I would have taken him all the way to India.
And a player that would have
my own opinion.
Probably would have felt a little bit unlucky not getting a nod in that squad that is currently in India and plays later today.
I've had a few tight games in that World Cup already.
England nearly getting done yesterday by Nepal.
Sri Lanka nearly getting done by Ireland straight after that. So it's good to see the lesser nations doing well.
I guess that's what the T20 format does for you. It does. It narrows the margins, and it evens out the game a lot.
It opens the door. I mean, it's on the day. It's who does well. I think it's fantastic.
Wicket to wicket there from Bosch.
Also very good to see cricket going around the world, from Nepal to Ireland to Netherlands to the USA.
The USA put in a great performance against India on Saturday. I thought that was a game that could have been an absolute blowout, but it was a great game of cricket in the end. The chase wasn't that great, but the USA managing to restrict India, I thought was really impressive. Short one from Bosch, turned around the corner from Liteko down to fine leg.
I think also, Nick, you look at that game, I know I'm bringing up two different countries. You look at that India-USA game, or you can even go England, Nepal, or Sri Lanka, Ireland. Imagine one of those minnows go and win. What that means for that country and the cricketers themselves.
I think for the game at large, it's a huge result.
It was almost...
Looks like we've got to change of bowling here now for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. Bele out of the attack, 4 overs from him, and into the attack now is Ngobani Mokoena, who really impressed for the Paarl Royals, that must be said, during the SA20, and has come on in leaps and bounds, you'd think, over the last few months in his professional career. He's going to be bowling from the old fort end.
Yeah. Looks like Cele's gone off the field for a bit. Don't see him on the field. And Mokoena got 2 slips and a gully. This sort of conventional field. Starts with the slippery one down the leg side.
He batted beautifully for the Dolphins. Him and Ethan Bosch. He got 72 against Northwest, batting down the order, which I thought was incredible. Him and Ethan Bosch batted beautifully, putting on 113 for the 8th wicket. Another one just easing down the leg side, trying to get into his work nice and early. The Dolphins, you'd definitely feel, would need to make inroads as quickly as possible to try and boost their chances here. They need to try and get maximum bowling points, give themselves as good a chance of winning this game as possible, because things are really tight in the 4-day series log. Vaughan, if we look at things, how it currently stands, the Warriors top, Northwest are second, the Lions third, Western Province are fourth, and then the Dolphins are fifth.
I mean, you look at that. You go Warriors 104 points, Northwest 99, Lions 96, Western Province 93, and the Dolphins 91. You're looking at 10, 13, 14 points. A good game in your last round robin to almost get you into that final. Bat well, bowl well, and then obviously win it at the end. You could be sitting a 5th, 6th and go on and play in that final.
Ooh, wide from Mokoena. Liteko has a go. He's currently 3 of 38 deliveries. Might feel like he needs to get a bit of bat on ball at the moment.
I mean, your 2 informed teams are obviously Northwest and Warriors. They've played 6-1-3. With Warriors drawing 3, Northwest losing 2 and drawing 1. That just shows you that they're trying to win as many games as possible. Good brand of cricket that Craig Alexander, the coach, is bringing into that Northwest province. It's well bowled again. And then you go further down the log here, Nick, and you look at the Lions winning 2, drawing 3, lost 1. Western Province winning 3, losing 3. So they're also a good brand of cricket that they're trying to play. They're trying to get the boys to obviously win as many games as possible, especially the longer format. Always nice to win on that 4th day. Almost like a perfect ending with 4th day, last session. Good hard fought victory. And Mokoena getting it to nip off the seam.
That's another maiden over from that far end, from the old fort end. Mokoena just getting into his rhythm a little bit towards the back end of that over. A couple down the leg side early on, but finishing relatively strong. How would you think we've had 45 minutes play so far, Vaughan? What do you think the thoughts are from both teams here?
To be honest with you, it's very even at the moment, Nick. So we see a change at the Mgani end, and Dile Similani coming to the attack. As a fielding side, batting side 16 for no loss. After 10, yes, it's slow, but for me, it just looks like there's no penetration here. There's no one that's going to take a wicket. It's quite exciting with Mokoena bowling from the old Fort Road end. A bit of movement off the deck. We haven't seen that in the first 9 overs. This is also going to be very interesting as our Protea T20 player who's coming back from injury, see how he goes. Does bowl a heavy ball. He also starts down the leg side with a loosener.
He's immediately gone around the wicket to the left-hander, has Similane. Interesting that Tristan Loose still hasn't been used. You'd think that maybe he might have come in as first change from this end. They've gone with the all-rounder in Similane.
I almost think that they're trying to look for that first wicket. They're trying to make sure that they try and get into that Warriors batting lineup. But it just looks like, if we need to be harsh, it almost looks like they're just going through the motions. The nice thing with both the openers, they made the batters play a lot, which is good. Now it just needs to keep going, and you almost got to manufacture a wicket here by the looks of it. So get a catching mid wicket in, get a catching cover in. So you see that's sort of the plan now, with Kayazonda going to a straight catching mid on, short mid on.
2 slips and a gully now for the Dolphins. Similani to Herman.
So bold. I would still like to see maybe another slip or a catching cover. Just something different. Get into the batter's eye line.
You want to put pressure on a batter early. You want to be able to get him thinking, get him realizing that there's certain areas where you can't play shots. I know that that's what they're sort of doing with Kaya at short mid on there, but there's very little other pressure on the offside, especially for Herman at the moment.
And the interesting thing is you're coming around the wicket, especially to a left-hander, you have to be as tight as possible. Any width, you can free your hands, there's lots of gaps. So I say you get someone close into that catching position, just makes the batter think differently on what to play and what not to play.
People might be asking, given the absence of Pernell and Sobrine, Bryce Parsons is the captain of the Dolphins side for this game. Currently positioned at second slip. It is definitely the new guard, with the Slade van Staden at first, Bryce Parsons at second, and Ethan Bosch at gully.
Very interesting. Golfing buddies. They've all got good hands. Preferring to stand in the slip cordon. At the easiest of places to go and field. So the end of Similon is over. Also another maiden.
That's 2 maidens on the bounce. Well bowled there from Andile Similani, finding his areas as well towards the back end of the over. The Dolphins looking patient with ball in hand at the moment, trying to see whether they can outsmart the Warriors at the moment. Mokoena with the same field, although he does have a short cover. Simal Pillay catching at cover there. Okutlekbele is back on the field. 2 slips, a gully, backward point, catching cover, mid off, mid on, a square leg and a fine leg. Pretty standard Hollywoodbets Kingsmead 4-day field by the looks of things. On the money, straight up, well defended. Leteko getting nice forward, defending nicely there.
I must say, with the Tego hasn't accumulated the runs that you'd want, but he's looked solid for his 41 balls that he's faced. Good technique. Must have a good temperament to stick to his game plan.
Would you be itching now, Vaughan? 3 or 41? If you ever got yourself into this situation?
What ball, top of off.
Cleaned him up. A brilliant delivery there from Ngobani Mokoena. He picks up the first wicket for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. The middle stump has been knocked back. It looked like it cut back a little bit, didn't it?
I thought it was top of stump. It's hit the top of middle.
If you ever got yourself into this situation? So, all of that patience has finally paid off for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. Wicket number 1 for Ngobani Mokoena. Came into the attack, maiden first up, and he has now picked up the first wicket of the morning. The Warriors now 16 for 1.
I mean, that is jagged back 5-6 inches, top of middle, hitting the bail.
A brilliant delivery from the youngster, who is arguably one of the hottest young properties in South African cricket at the moment. Ngobani Mokoena.
Yeah.
And now, interestingly though, for the Dolphins, they've got another inexperienced player coming to the crease for the Dafabet Warriors. Coming in now at number 3, first drop for the Warriors is Mohamed Manak, young 23-year-old. A product of your alma mater, Vaughan?
That is correct.
Well, it now a couple more wickets you would feel before the end of the first hour would almost justify that decision to bowl first.
With obviously this session being as long as it is, lunch is only at 11:30. You'd want to be 3, 4, maybe even 5 down. Then that warrants your okay. Well done, we're bowling first. But if they're 1, maybe 2 down, you almost think to yourself, oh, we should have maybe batted. But also in saying that, the Warriors aren't getting away from them, so it's good so far. So if they can grab another couple of wickets, be well worth, as that coin dropped down to say we're bowling, made the right decision. So as you see now, with that wicket, extra slip, Kaya standing at a short cover.
Mokoena back on the money. Great stuff from the youngster.
Lovely body language from Manak as well, facing his first delivery. Always nice to see a junior or an inexperienced player just showing what he's worth with the experienced people around him, showing that he's worth being there. Good body language, presence at the crease.
Oh, brilliant delivery.
See that ball moving again.
That's come back nicely. I think as soon as I mentioned the very little movement, it started to do something, especially from that old forward end that Mokoena is bowling from. That one moved pretty substantially after it got past the bat.
Yeah, I put the mockers on the batter. You've done it with the bowlers, but the bowlers seem to be doing their job. Should have known better. Going back to what you were saying earlier, Nick, I don't think I ever faced 40 balls without being in double figures. So if I was 3 or 42, sure, I think I would have been playing a few more shots than the Teco, but
he did get a good one in the end. Try to do his job, the opener's job, trying to, as they say, get the shine off the ball.
Weather the storm. Shot.
Misfield at mid-wicket, a little bit of a mix-up.
Never run on a misfield.
Another very close one there. Direct hit, could have had a hesitation in the middle of the wicket from the two batters. But no harm done there for the Warriors.
Mr. Torley hits the ground in disgust. Must have been very close.
So 12 overs in, the Warriors just 17 for the loss of that one wicket. 1.4 runs to the over. The run rate is very much in check from the Dolphins. Jordan Alman was 13 off about 16 balls. Hasn't added to his score.
So we see Similani now getting to bowl to the new batter, Manak. I would still like to see an extra slip in there, maybe from the leg side. Maybe even that fine leg. Take that short ball out of it for now and just ask those questions outside of stump. A little bit of movement there. Wow.
Looked like there was something in there for Similani. Good delivery. 4th, 5th stump line. Left alone by Manak. Full and straight.
Good fielding at the wicket.
Well played by Manak. Well fielded by Tristan Lees at short mid-wicket. Looking for that LBW by the looks of things. They're going full at the wickets. Well played in the end by the new batter, Manak. Changing the field now. So Zondo has shifted to a catching mid-off. So mid-off shift around to extra cover. Be a very long chase for Ukushek Bele if one gets past Kaya Zondo here. Bele currently positioned at mid-on. Big hole next to the bowler on the offside.
I'm sure he's going to let the Tole run after it, so after his 4 over burst. But the nice thing that just looking at Manak's setup, his balance is fantastic. Just needs to be wary of those two fielders close to him. Won't be playing too early. So plays that underneath his eyes. So it's not a cloud in the sky. Just panning around and having a look at the lovely view we've got.
There's a little bit of a breeze, I think.
We hope so. We can't feel it.
We can't feel it up here, but I think down in the field they might have a little breeze that's cooling things off slightly, but it has been sweltering in Durban over the last 10 days. Full driven by Manak.
Half stop by the stalwart.
Getting down there. That's impressive to see.
Very impressive. I was going to say, if you're in the area, if you can get off work, bring your cooler box. A bit of shade in and around the grandstands and not much else. Castle Corner's already got a bit of a shade, so you can go and light a braai there. Watch some good cricket for the rest of the afternoon.
Brilliant delivery there from Similani. It looks like it might have just nipped away slightly after pitching. Fantastic stuff there from Andile Similani. Another maiden. He's now bowled 2 overs, none for none from the Mgani end of the ground. And now I'm joined by Andy Capistano. Good morning, Andy.
Morning, Nick. Lovely to be alongside you on a glorious Durban morning. One of those mornings where you look at the sky and you look at the ground and you think, I've won the toss, I'm going to bat, and then you discover that actually the captain has said, no, we're going to have a bowl. Now, I'm sure you and Vaughan have been talking about that long and hard, and I see that the Dolphins have got a 4-pronged pace attack, so maybe they're thinking to themselves, you know, it's never going to be better than today to have a bowl. And lovely to see my boy Mokoena making the breakthrough. Did his debut earlier this year and thought to myself, we found one here. Here he comes again. And just the sound of the ball on the bat. All right, now you know what it's like. You feel it, and it goes through your wrists and up your body, and you know that you're facing a quick bowler, not a medium pacer.
No. I mentioned to Vaughan that I think he's probably the hottest young property in South African cricket at the moment, given that what he proved with the bat last week in Poch. He proved that he is more than just a seam bowler.
So that 72 that he made off 92 balls, just come back to that after this. Oh, it was a good shot. Saw it early, didn't he?
That's the first boundary in a very long time coming from Jordan Herman. A little bit shorter, and a player of his quality is not going to miss out there.
Jordan Herman's an interesting prospect. Just looked him up. Off 92
he's only
balls,
averaging 33
this
come
year.
back to that
In first class
cricket.
good shot.
Saw
it early,
he's
didn't
made
he?
200.
That's the first boundary.
Which means if he gets going, look out, because he's going to get a big score. So yeah, a little bit short, but fair enough. I don't mind that. I want to see my man playing a flat bat shot, because then I think I can get him out. But just going back to that 72 that you were talking about, off 92 balls, 6 fours, 4 sixes, and he came in when they were in the Dwang.
All sorts of trouble, yeah.
Put on 113 for the 8th wicket with Ethan Bosch, and got off the mark with a straight 6. Now, when I saw the stats, I thought, wonderful thing about pitch vision is that it's always there on YouTube. And you can go back and watch it, which is what I did. Well bowled, and I thought to myself, right, I don't know much about this lad's batting, but he did get 25 on debut, and played pretty well here at Kingsmead. So I thought, I wonder what sort of innings it is, and you won't be surprised to know that up front there was a bit of swishing. There was a bit of quick bowler. Aim at mid-on's nut and hope that it goes past him. But in between everything, he played some shots. He played some proper cricket shots.
It's definitely the batting attitude of the young player is to attack first and then ask questions a little bit later if need be. But
that's the way the game's developed, hasn't it? The cash cow is 20 over cricket. So you have to be able to play shots today. Whereas in the old days, you could sort of come in at 9-10 jack and block.
You were there to assist the batter that was in.
Yeah.
But if he can score runs like that for the Dolphins, then it's fantastic. Down the order especially, and if he can take wickets at the top, even better.
Oh, he's come a long way.
Been a few there for the Warriors. A couple close calls. Just a bit of indifferent calling, but no harm done there. Another good over from Mokoena, the boundary from it.
Yeah, we're where are we now? We're an hour and 5 in. 21 for 1 on the board. When you've won the toss and chosen a bowl, I think in the first hour you want a couple, not just one. So I think you'd probably say that the Warriors have won that first little mini battle, but there's a long way to go. I'm particularly interested to see Andile Similani bowl here. The last 4-day game against the Tuskers, he sat it out. He wasn't playing for anybody else, but he didn't play in that 4-day game. And at the time I thought, what's going on? He needs to play. And this is exactly what I want to see from a young, good, quick bowler who can also bat. Is you got to get experience. You've got to learn the game, and you don't learn the game carrying drinks.
And this is definitely where you learn the game. Bowling overs in the dirt, although to be fair, it is only 14 overs in, but bowling on flat wickets and just learning your craft and honing your craft in these conditions. He's bowled nicely, 2.1 overs, 2 maidens so far from him.
And that speaks to exactly what I'm talking about, and I do apologise for my chauvinism to anybody listening now, but this is proper cricket what we're watching here. This is not hit and giggle. This is proper cricket, and there's nothing wrong as a batting side with not scoring, and there is also nothing wrong for the bowling side in carrying on doing what you're doing. Now, one of the things that one-day cricket promotes is don't bowl 6 balls in the same spot. This is one of those what you need to do. And I like that. That's good length. It's left outside off stump. But that's where I want him to bowl.
Just stay patient, stay in your area, and let him play it. Let the batter play it.
Yeah.
If he wants to score the runs, then it's completely up to him. Although, to be fair, Manak has done a good job so far in weathering that storm.
Nearly ran himself out, didn't he?
Getting off the mark.
Yeah, that was a classic one of those. Oh, that's a nice shot. That must be a run. Oops. Got away with it. Oh, what a corker that is.
It looked like a little bit fuller and a fraction straighter, and that got Manak playing at it.
I think that hit the seam and just nibbled away with it enough to miss the outside edge. Bowler will be annoyed as we watch it again on the big screen here, the brand new big screen. Isn't it fantastic? And the LED lights, Nick.
We are definitely
We're
on the
looking
verge of a World Cup,
we're looking
aren't we?
at about 100 million rand.
That big screen is an absolute game changer. We saw it now on the SA20, how much of a difference it makes. Just completes everything.
That's well
He's
played.
gone very straight. Brilliant shot there from Manak down the ground. He'll pick up his first boundary of the day. That's what we spoke about. Being patient, not looking for too much. Similana just getting a tad straight, and Manak playing a beautiful straight drive back past the bowler.
I think that's a reaction from the bowler of getting a play and miss previous ball. He's just got a little bit too full there. It's probably half volley length, and Manak's got a lot of bat on
He's
there.
gone very straight. Brilliant shot there from Manak down the ground. He'll pick up his first boundary of the day.
Again, I wouldn't worry about that. That's the first scoring shot of Similani, and he's got a man at silly mid-off if that shot is lifted. A little bit of overcorrection there. Hanu Filyun has to go sprawling. One of those jobs that wicket keepers do. Will you go and tidy up your room? Will you go and be wicket keeper? The same thing. End of the over. 25 for 1. Drinks will be due shortly, and I think the players will be pleased with that. It's a hot day out there. You will have got the same as me, Nick. When I got out of the car, which had the aircon on, and walked into the sunlight, my glasses
Steamed up.
immediately steamed up. Couldn't see where I was. Didn't know whether it was New York or New Year.
I mentioned it earlier. I'm going to mention it again. We get to February in Durban specifically, and you think to yourself, I'm sure that it wasn't this hot last year. And every year you kid yourself about how hot and humid it gets in the end of January, February in Durban.
I wrote a feature piece a couple of years after I first arrived in South Africa in the early 90s. And it was a tourist piece that I was writing, and I found this stat that in January and February in Durban, the suicide rate triples.
Mokoena changing his line of attack to around the wicket. And that was probably before you had the state-of-the-art air conditioning systems that you do now.
Yeah. I don't mind this around the wicket, just for a few balls, but I prefer him to stay over if he can. He's just asking a few questions of Jordan Herman. It looks to me as if he's got an off-stump guard. Oh, good shot.
They've got a deep square out there now. Tristan Loose will clean up. Herman keeping it down, taking a single.
So that's the short boundary down there. So there are runs to be had. We're playing right on the edge of the square, and this is what they tell me. This is the result side of the square.
Well, as we mentioned, the Dolphins are in need of a result, a positive one in that, to boost their chances of a final spot.
Now, you mentioned Tristan Loose doing the fielding there. He hasn't bowled yet, and I'm just looking at this attack now. So that'll be 5 right-arm pacemen playing in this game. We've got Semel Pillay, who bowls slow left arm, and Bryce Parsons, who bowls slow left arm. But it does look as if the Dolphins have put all their apples in one cart here. And I'm not seeing that green sheen on the pitch that would suggest.
Oof, good
that's
delivery
well
there.
But, and it is. I mean, the ball's swinging. The odd ball is seaming, but it doesn't look like a win, toss and bowl pitch or day. And I'm very happy to be proved wrong.
Yes, I think I'm with you there. The first thing I did when I sat down next to Vaughan, I said, so the Warriors won the toss, obviously. And he said, no, and I almost fell off my chair. It would be interesting to get the reasoning behind why they have decided to bowl first. I think that maybe the not batting in the fourth innings could be a factor.
Mm-hmm.
Or batting, sorry, no, they don't have that spinner.
Yep.
To potentially take the wickets needed in the fourth innings, which might be a factor. But I'm still very reluctant to win the toss and bowl.
End of the over. So that's 4 overs, 1 for 6 for Mokoena. And given the fact that you've got 5 pacemen, I think that's just go and have a little breather. Drinks will be on shortly, and then I'll bring you back again for another 4 over spell before lunch. But when you've got a proper quick bowler, you've got to treat him with kid gloves because he's worth rubies. If you haven't got a leg spinner to knock over the tail, you want a proper quick bowler, and you want him fresh when he's bowling at the tail.
It does look like Tristan Loose is limbering up slightly. He's currently fielding at extra cover, short extra cover. Another really impressive young fast bowler, I think.
I like his attitude. He wants to hurt you. Just lost his line a little bit round the wicket. That'll be a couple of leg byes. Incidentally, Nick, do you like our microphone here? It looks like C3PO, doesn't it?
Nice and shiny and chrome. Hopefully it's producing brilliant sound.
Yeah, I'm sure the sound effects are fantastic. Ignore the commentary. Actually seeing Slade van Staden waving his arms around at first slip. He's not going to bowl. That wasn't a bad delivery. Inside edge down to fine leg.
I feel like Andile Similani is one of those guys that will bowl as many overs as asked to bowl. If he is asked to bowl 13 overs from one end, he will say yes sir. And every team needs that guy. Ben Stokes is one of those guys who is very reluctant to get the ball out of his hand when he's...
Once you've got it in his hand, once he's bowling, yes. Yeah, I know. Well, we'll talk about that. Well played by Manak. It's just planting his front foot a little bit early, keeping the bowler interested. I remember the great Jacques Callis, who got 300 Test match wickets. You had to hold a gun to his head to put a ball in his hand. He didn't want to bowl. No, I'm a batter. No, there's plenty of bowlers in this team. You don't need me. And then, of course, he'd come on and run through the team. Brian McMillan was the same. Brian McMillan didn't like bowling. Good line. I like that.
Very
I like
nice.
that a lot.
Brilliant delivery there. Similane just had that one little blip where he went a bit too straight and Manak hit him down the ground for 4, but he's been back straight on his line and length to the right-hander since then.
There's enough here that if you're bowling at the lower middle order, you've got a chance of running through them. They've got to find a way to get the top order out to get to the soft white underbelly, and that's I suppose that's the problem of any first-class cricket game.
He's gone straight.
Looking for the Yorker, I fancy.
Nice and full there for Manak. Might feel that he's missed out a little bit there on that one, but manages to find Kutlek Bele at mid-on.
I like that full length against him because I get the feeling he doesn't get a full stride in. So if the ball does something or he misses one, you've got a very good chance of an LBW. And they're attacking him there. You see, they've got a short mid-wicket and mid-on has come in close, catching rather than saving a run. And then he gives him the wide one. Says, have a go at that one because there's 2 slips and a gully.
And it's a no ball.
That's a shame.
From Similane.
It's been one of his Achilles heels over the years, hasn't it? A few no balls.
Yeah, he has been guilty of overstepping. I was just noticing the slip quarter now. They definitely, obviously they've only got 2 slips and a gully, but first and second have definitely shifted wider. So I'm not sure whether that is a word on the pace of the wicket, and that it's not going to sort of fly through to...
Yeah, you're right. There's quite
slip.
a gap between wicketkeeper and first slip. Hanu Filyun there. End of the over. So 30 for 1. And Drinks will come on to the field. So just the 1 wicket to fall at the Drinks break. And that was Madiri Leteko. Bowled middle stump out of the ground by Nkobeni Mokoena. That was 16 for 1. It's now 30 for 1. Jordan Herman 19 and Manak on 5. We'll take a short break with the players. Hope you are well watered at home. Drinks are off the field, and the Dolphins making a bowling change. And McQuena off, Tristan Luce on for his first over. And if you haven't seen this young man, he's got a bit of pace, and he likes to bang it in. I wonder whether we might see an extra man catching on the onside boundary. We've got a deep backward square, we've got a long leg. It looks like Ethan Bosch is going into mid-on. And so it's a reasonably orthodox field for the quick bowler. We've got first slip, second slip, gully. And that'll be a run. Was there a scratch on that? No, just a leg by.
I think, I stand to be corrected, but Tristan Luce in his debut was against the Warriors down in Durban, and he got a fifer in that.
Not seeing that green
debut first class game for the Dolphins.
Yeah, they liked him early. I think he's got a lot to learn, but the one thing you can't teach is pace.
Another guy that you want to see playing four-day cricket. You want to see him in first-class cricket because you don't want him to be swallowed up in the franchise system, given that he seems fully entrenched in the MI system. He was obviously in the MI Cape Town side. He's been to the States with MI New York, and he's also been to India with the Mumbai Indians. So he's
terrible life, first class cricket these days, isn't it?
He's been in that system, and you don't want him to be lost to the local four-day system too.
He's not playing in Brakpan and Pofadder. Yeah, well bowled, nice carry. Just he looks ready for this to me. It's an odd scenario, isn't it, the way we play four-day cricket these days, where we play 4 rounds of games in 1 year and 2 rounds of games in another year, and it's the same season. There's a long time between the two, and a particularly odd year because the Proteas didn't have any home test matches this year. May that never happen again. Yeah, well bowled, forcing him onto the back foot. It's well played.
Good punch off the back foot there from Manak for a single, but you can almost feel a little bit of an increase in the energy levels when you have a quick bowler on. You feel like everyone's a little bit more alert. He's running in a bit quicker. Obviously, the ball's coming off the wicket a little bit quicker. So nice change of pace, I think.
You know, it's easy in hindsight, but I would have started with McQuena and Luce. And if one of them bowled badly, whip them off and you've got plenty of others. But I'd like to give the new cherry to 2 kids who want to hurt you.
And bowl quickly.
Yeah.
I'm completely with you there, especially given that you've won the toss. You want to take wickets early. If you do leak runs, then you can fall back onto the experience of Ethan Bosch and Akuhle Bele. But get your young quicks in, bowling fast, trying to nick them off. I know the Dolphins started conservatively and the run rate is still under 2 runs and over, but they potentially missed a trick there.
That's a good shot. Very well played. Second time we've seen Manak straight drive for 4. That one just trickles into the boundary ropes rather than crashes across them. The end of the over from Tristan Luce. He pitches one up and Manak's good enough to hit him straight. I haven't got a problem with any of that cricket because you want to test him. Get one up there. Is he brave enough to come forward? Yes, right. Game on. 37 for 1. Herman on 20 off 38. Manak on 10 off 29. Hasn't been easy out there, but it also hasn't been a snake pit. And it looks like Kush Kele is coming back into the attack.
Switching ends. It's coming from the Mgani end this time. The run rate is now above 2 for the first time in a long time. Can't say whether it's the first time today.
I think it is. I haven't seen a lot of boundaries.
2 short catches, mid on and mid off.
I have a love-hate relationship with those fielding positions. It's something that came into the game because of one-day cricket. You had to have players inside the circle allegedly catching,
Yes.
whereas what they were really doing was stopping runs. And it's dribbled over into first-class cricket. I would far rather have a third slip. If I'm bowler, I'd far rather have a third slip than a silly mid-off. Because I want him driving. And if you've got a silly mid-off there, there's a reason why he's not going to drive.
You very, very, very rarely see a short catch at mid-off on the offside take a catch. Very rarely does it go to that player. I don't, and it's always felt like a stopgap catching position. I think if you want anyone catching, you want them either at short cover or, as you mentioned, behind the wicket.
That's nice carry. Taken under his chin by with the hands pointing upwards by Hanu Fillion. That's nice. So yeah, I mean, I'm guessing that the Dolphins are putting all their eggs in one basket here, which is that they feel that Herman lifts the ball when he drives straight, and they've got a man there on either side if he does, plus the bowler in the middle. I mean, that's my other problem. I think silly mid-on is too straight there. If he hits it there, the bowler should be catching that.
Yeah, it's odd. It looks odd having the two of them there, and I'm not entirely sure what you're trying to encourage the batter to do. There is a big gaping hole though in the covers.
Yeah, and the captain will argue that gap is to allow him to drive, and maybe he's going to nick off. Just like that.
Very late decision there to play it.
Yep.
In the end.
Yeah, but I think maybe that's a little bit nature of the pitch, that he did have time to correct himself. And he does. Jordan Herman does look like he's settling in here. And as I mentioned earlier, two first-class centuries this season. He knows how to play the long innings. Highest score of 156.
Dolphins doing a lot of work on that ball there.
Good line.
One thing you might see, because I haven't had a look at the surface firsthand, but it looks like it could be a little bit abrasive, so we could be seeing a bit of reverse swing potentially a bit later.
Yeah, and of this attack, who would you be looking at for your reverse? Similani?
I would think so. He can bowl full, he can bowl straight. He has that ability to swing it, firstly, so I think there's a good chance that he could. Tristan Luce is another guy that could potentially do it.
Last ball he bowled went for 4. Let's see what Tristan does with this one. Long straight run, quite short strides, and then there's a real explosion at the end. I think the coaches might like to get hold of him about that lead arm, which doesn't really go anywhere.
It always has been the case. It has been keeps it very low. That front arm. But he seems to generate a lot of pace.
It's your radar. If you're a right arm pace bowler, you want that left arm to be pointing up at the sky.
Ooh, he's had a go.
Yeah.
Seen it short and wide, had a go.
But that's the great thing about quick bowling. It makes people do things that they wouldn't do normally. And Manak's played really well. He's spotted the full ball and driven it. He's defended well, but he's got one, and he's thought, oh yes, could so easily have got out off that. And you don't get that with medium pace. Oh, well played.
He's ridden the bounce beautifully. There's Manak.
You've got to be brave to get into line, and then you get value for your shots. You could argue he's not in full control of this, but I would argue that he was. Played it in front of his face. That was never going up in the air. No third man. Jeff Boycott used to say, opener deserves those runs. He's the one who's getting the chin music.
It's a brilliant. I think it was a great shot. I think what made it better was that he wasn't looking to hit it square, but it just came off the face, ran down along the ground the whole way.
He's a Kes boy, by the way, just as our co-commentator, Vaughan Yarsfeld, is. And Ali Bakr, I was a friend of mine at Howick Golf Club, come back to that, gave me a little booklet last week, which was given to him at Nuffield Week in 1960, when he played for Eastern Transvaal, and the captain of Transvaal, as they were in those days, was a certain Aaron Bacher, aged 17 in 1960, and still at Kes at the time. And that little booklet is still in good shape 65 years later.
A piece of cricketing history.
Graham Pollock played in that Nuffield Week in 1960 at the age of 16, and there's a lad playing in this game, Matthew Brietzka, who made his debut for Grey High at the age of 14, which is, I think, the same age as Graham made his debut for Grey High.
Sure.
And here's another Graham Pollock fact. I went down to Grey to commentate on a rugby game about a decade ago, and somebody had put together a programme which included memories of Pollock. And one of those memories was he made his first century for the prep school at the age of 9, and it was written by a chap who'd played in the game, and he said when he got past 50, the fielding side stopped fetching the ball. And Graham, having hit the ball for 6, then had to go and find it and give it back to the bowler. Kushkele to continue. Nicely played. I like the way that Mannix started his innings here. Runs have been hard to come by, particularly from Kushkele. 5.1 overs, none for 4.
He has been that bowler for the Dolphins this season, unbelievably consistent. His economy rates have been brilliant. Filled an important role in this bowling attack.
That's a nice line, well left.
Another player that's come along in leaps and bounds recently, moved back to the Dolphins from the Titans, and has played an important role in that SAA win in the West Indies. And then also more recently when they played against India, was also an important part of that side. So he's really come along a long way, and has also, more importantly, been injury free, touch wood, for a few seasons now, which has been crucial for him.
Yeah, it makes all the difference. Clive Rice used to say, pace bowling is about blocking out the pain. You've always got it
Somewhere.
something is hurting. And that's why, I mean, going back to Luce and McQuena, when you're 20, all the parts are still well oiled. And that's when you want to put those guys to work. Here's the ball, it's hot. Go and knock his block off.
Yeah, you shouldn't be having aches and pains after half an hour of not bowling. I want you to come back into the attack and bowl fast.
Nicely played by Herman. Might get a couple here. Oh, he's dropped his bat, Manik. That's driving without due care and attention.
Herman is going to be a massive wicket for the Dolphins. They're going to put a huge amount of value on his wicket.
On my way.
Full and straight. Looked like a little bit of swing there for Tele. Herman looking to whip that through square leg. Sliding down leg, Vaughan.
It looks like it's pitched outside leg stump. Let's have a look at the replay. Yeah, just slightly outside leg stump. Good plan that Kush has, bowling stump to stump.
That is an interesting tactic to bowl that sort of line when you don't have a square leg in place, but I think it was one of those almost surprise deliveries.
Yeah, you can almost see you can see the plan of going outside off stump quite wide, getting him to maybe fish at one of those, and then the occasional just trying to hit the stumps to see if the batter's falling over, lost his balance. Don't want to get too greedy where it's clipped off the batter's legs through square leg for 4. Like you said, there is no protection there, so very good plan. Sticking outside that off stump.
That's the one thing that I love about first class cricket and 4-day cricket in particular. That'll carry on after this delivery from Tristan Luce. Another one outside off left alone is the development of plans to certain batters, and knowing that you're going to have to implement a plan for potentially a long period of time. You don't just run in and bowl and hope that the batter makes a mistake. You know that if you are bowling to a specific plan, you want him to play to a specific area. I find that that's something that is being lost in modern day cricket.
Good you brought that up, Nick. That's why they call it the test of time. And the ultimate test of playing 4-day, 5-day cricket is who can stick at it the longest, who's got the discipline, the mental toughness to prolong either their batting innings or in their bowling spell of 5-6 overs, and then come back and do it again, set up a batter the long way around. I don't think it's lost, but we're not seeing too much of it, in the sense of we're not playing enough longer formats, longer versions of the game. So you'll see snippets of it. I mean,
like for me, you look at a side like the England Test side, who seem to resort to that short ball tactic more often than not. That seems to be their go-to tactic. And do you not think that they're... We'll carry on after this. Full and straight, well played. But do you not think that there are many different ways that you can get a batter out rather than resorting to that short ball tactic?
1000%. You almost think, and watching that England Test side is, it almost looks like there's no chat between management, players, or bowlers, captain, vice captain. There's not much proactive thinking around, okay, how are we going to do this other than sliding down the leg side from loose. Like, you look at other teams and other, I mean, even if you use provincial sides for themselves, some are proactive, some aren't. Change the field, bowl a certain area. Yes, there's a time and place to throw in that short ball tactic of going all out and bombing them for 20-30 minutes, but effectively it's not going to get you wickets. It's those subtle changes of line and length from a bowler, and then from the fielding side, it's subtle changes in field placings and making the batter think outside his box. So, for example, let's look at, okay, Jordan Herman's facing now. It's now going, okay, I'm going to come around the wicket. I want him to try and hit a back foot cover drive through the covers, but we're going to try and nick him off. So I'm going to take somebody from the leg side and put him into slip or an extra gully. It's things like that the batter turns around and goes, oh, why are they putting a second gully in? I'm just going to carry on playing my game. Next minute he loses concentration, nicks off, bang, there you go. So
it works, yeah.
It's almost like you've got a plan for the plan, and another plan, and another plan. And I'll give you a perfect example. Somebody told me the other day, I'll tell you straight after this first ball from Kusele. The adjustment. See, there we go. Adjustment of that wide mid on. Now coming in, Mokoena. Making Herman think. Well bowled. So just to go back to it, a couple of weeks ago, a friend of mine asked me the exact same question, and I gave him the cricket version of it, and he said, you know, the funny thing is, they do it in rugby as well. The Springboks have scenario after scenario after scenario after scenario. So they're pre-planning, obviously, what Rassie is throwing into the whole mix. Okay, if you're in the scenario, you got to do that. That scenario, that. If they're doing this, we can do that. So you also don't want cricket just to become one-dimensional.
Yeah.
Like you're saying, you're not seeing enough of it. So it tells me that we're just being one-dimensional. We're going to bowl a line, we're going to bowl a length, and hopefully they lose their wickets. So you've got to have these scenarios in play. And I mean, hopefully the Dolphins have spoken about it. Imagine the Warriors are one down after the first 2 hours. What are we going to do? What are we going to bowl? What are we going to do in the field? So it's almost like that pre-planning it's got to happen.
Thick outside edge, and it has gone down to third man for 4. Jordan Herman picking up a boundary.
Half past 11. So let us go through the 11:30.
Okay.
And we'll have lunch. You start up after lunch.
How's it, VVJ?
Nice to have you back here, Andy.
Nice to be here. Just taken a walk down into the car park, and there is a little bit of a breeze, which is offering some comfort for the players.
Lovely. Not for us, but...
Not for us, no, but a little bit of a breeze, so it's not quite as bad as it might look on camera. But even so, I think 49 for 1 is fair enough for the conditions, and we come all the way back to the start of the day. And Dolphins win toss and bowl. We talked about it. You know, if you've got 5 seamers, 2 of whom are genuinely quick, then I suppose you throw the dice, don't you? It's a game you have to win, remembering that this is the last 4-day game before the final. The Warriors have got 1 foot in the final because they're the top of the log, and other teams have got to win to take over from them. For the Dolphins, it's a must-win scenario. A draw is absolutely no good to them. So
it's almost a game that they've got to bat well, bowl well, and win the game.
Yes.
So they can't not afford those extra batting points. So I'm still trying to think, as an ex-player that has played here for many a year, I just find it very strange that you don't win the toss and bat. There's no weather around, so you almost say to the Warriors, you know what, we're going to bat first, we're going to bat big. If they did, bat once and then try and bowl them out twice. Like you say, you've got those five seamers. They'll be well rested, hungry.
But having said all of that, I mean, presumably it's what dominated discussions this morning. The coach and the senior players would have decided, if we win the toss, this is what we're going to do. There was that moment when Mokoena snuck one through Madeira Lateko and hit the top of middle, where you thought to yourself, oh, okay, well, you get one, you can get a few.
That's almost in the distant past now
the
moment.
Yeah, you're right.
Feeling of it.
That was 16 for 1, so these two have put on 33 together. And Manek has got nearly half of them. I've liked the look of Manek, I must say. I think I could criticise him, perhaps he doesn't get quite far enough forward. Oh,
there we go.
No, taken.
Good catch by Ndile Samalani.
Oh, I thought he'd drop that one, but it ended up with a little bit of a juggle, and it stays in those breadbasket hands, and that is 49 for 2. So, just as we were saying, oh, what a horrible error. Manek's gone. 43 balls, 3 fours. 3 fours in 15. That shows how hard he had to work for his runs. And 49 for 2 is a lot better looking for the Dolphins than 49 for 1.
You almost think now, Andy, looking at the setup now, 49 for 2, you've got about 39 minutes before lunchtime. You're almost wanting to send a message to the Dolphins standing in their huddle now, as we see Manek walking off the field. Just try and tell them to the next partnership or next 39 minutes need to be as tough as possible. No boundaries, as many maidens as you can bowl, and maybe then try and sneak in 1 or 2.
Here comes Matthew Britzka at number 4. Man who's spent some time learning the game at the highest level, but right now is being looked upon, I think, as a Proteas number 4 for the next 10 years in all formats. And I don't want to overhype the young man, but I like what I see. I think he can play.
He's a very good cricketer. Having played against him for a few years, just needs to, I wouldn't say believe in himself, but just have that almost like a Jacques Callis aura about himself, where yes, I can play, but it's fine if I take my time. I can catch up. He's good enough. He's got all the shots.
Well, he's 27 now. In the old days, you'd say now you're ready at 27. You've been around. You've played 7 or 8 seasons of first-class cricket. You know what your strengths and weaknesses are, but so does the opposition. They know where to bowl at you. So if you get runs, you know you can play. And, I suppose the amazing thing about him is his ODI record, which we'll come back to after his first ball.
Well bowled from Tristan Lewis. Just before you get to that record, just look at that. For me, they've obviously maybe spoken about it, is to get Matthew playing every single ball, because he's been in that one day setup for so long. Maybe he fiddles one outside of stump, maybe he wants to feel bad on ball, so making him play every single delivery might end up for Dolphins getting another wicket.
Oh, and there's the shot, and that is 4. Yeah, very much a one-day way to start an innings. Clobbering him through square. Good shot. That brings the half century up for the Warriors. Put into bat. They are 53 for 2.
Do you feel if he gets going, this could be a very, very long day for the Dolphins fielders? Just by that opening drive.
In the air.
Oh. There we go. Getting him to play every single delivery will offer you an opportunity, maybe a half chance. Good catch. Diving catch maybe somewhere.
Kaya Zondo at mid-wicket there, and it looked like it just bounced in front of him. It came out of the middle of the bat.
Need to have to ask him after the day's play if he can't just dive forward maybe.
Don't you want to go out and ask him now?
I'll ask him at lunchtime.
Oh, another good shot. Oof. As you say. Oof. It's making that noise off the middle of the bat that puts the fear of God into a bowler. Successful over from Tristan Lewis. He's got 1 for 16. And it's 55 for 2.
Not just the bowler, also the fielder.
It's nicely defended, so Jordan Herman will be looking to play the long innings here. I was talking to Nick Tatham about Herman's record this year. I was very surprised to see he hasn't got a 50. He's got 200s and no 50s, and he's averaging 33, which suggests that if he gets in, he's gonna be in for a long time.
It's very interesting. I thought he would have had a few 50s already. Very good player.
Fielded. Well, one thing that the Dolphins skipper has got to think about here is making sure that nobody is over bowled, and particularly your quick bowlers. So Luce and McKenna are the 2 wicket takers, and they've done it with pace. Luce has bowled 4 overs now, and if I'm the captain, I'm saying, right, just have a little bit of a blow. Might bring you back for 1 over before lunch, but probably not.
Looks like nobody's warming up, so might have one more. Almost also thinking when are the spinners going to come and be introduced.
Yeah, again, Nick and I talking about there's no Sir Brian, no Maharaj. Bryce Parsons will obviously play a role with his slow left arm, and Semel Pillay equally, but you probably argue that neither of them is what we call a strike spinner, and that they're, in a normal scenario, they'd be bowling to give the quick bowlers a rest, but you got 5 quick bowlers, so you should be able to just carry on. The problem is, it does become a bit samey. They're all right arm, a little bit of a thick inside edge there. Britska looking through extra, and it ends up at mid-on.
And then having a Manus Libesgagni weight on halfway down the wicket. But also, you look at that, Andy, just the makeup of the team doesn't seem right, because when I was sitting, obviously waiting to come on air again, you've got all these seamers. You've got all these seamers, like you said, they're one-dimensional. Your 2 spinners come on to bowl in a 4-day game. What if they go for 4 runs? What if they let all the pressure that's been bubbling under the surface come out?
Yep.
You're then looking at a batting team that's gone at maybe 2.2 and over to now 3.5, maybe 4 even, depending. I just look at it and go, you should have maybe found another spinner that they played Gopalan a few weeks ago, a few months ago. You almost look at the setup and Semel Pillay for me at the moment, if he's going to bowl, he's not any better than a Gopalan, who is an out-and-out spinner, and maybe could do some striking if he gets it in the right areas and stuff.
Oh, full toss. Got away with it.
Because they've rung through, who is it? Ethan Bosch, Kushele, Mokoena, Similani, and now Lewis. And there's only 2 bowlers that have looked like taking any wickets.
Well, we're also in the scenario that this ball is now 25 overs old, and it's not swinging.
I was going to get to that. So now, when do you say to your spinners, "Okay, go and have a bowl"? Because also you don't want to bowl your 5 seamers over and over and over, because your over rate's going to be slow, and you're going to lose time.
Who'd be a captain?
I tried it once at my last Coke week in 2003, and never again. Wow, never again. No, thank you. So other people can be captain. Wouldn't mind giving some advice and that, but no, thank you. That's not for me. I'll focus on what I need to do.
Should just mention Kush Kele. That's 8 overs now, and he's got none for 10. Now, in one world you argue, well, he hasn't struck, but in the other world you say they're not scoring off him. He's bowling properly, and he's beaten the bat a few times. With a little bit of luck, he might have had 1 or 2. So difficult to criticise.
Well, that's why I say, with those 2 spinners in your arsenal now, all of that hard work of 40,
disappears.
It disappears.
Now,
because now he's got to start again. Even though his figures look good, as Kushele in his individual capacity is bowling fantastically well, but now in a team dynamic, you now got to start all again. All that pressure's got to build up, and it almost becomes one monotonous circle where it just keeps rolling over. Okay, we'll try again. Okay, we'll try again.
I think this is the key partnership, isn't it? Herman's got himself in 26 off 58. Britska's looked $1 million from the first ball. If they can somehow get one of these out before lunch, I think they look ahead to the afternoon session much more positively than they would at 55 for 2 now. just be a single. There is a deep backward square.
But also in the same breath, you are going, okay, these two are now almost finishing up. It's the next two that are going to come on, whether it be 25 minutes, 20 minutes.
Well, Ethan Bosch is warming up at mid-off.
And McQueen is warming up at cover.
Right, so we might have a double
change, which is good. So then now that partnership becomes very crucial, especially bowling to these two, because number one batter's already in, the other one's looking like he wants to get going. So that 24 minutes before lunchtime is going to be very crucial, especially for the Dolphins. Totally agree with you. They need to get one of these guys out before lunchtime, just to almost say good choice on bowling first. Oh,
straight.
that is stone dead.
Out. He's missed a straight one. Luce's got the breakthrough, and it's the bid wicket of Britska. LBW to Luce for 5.
Yes.
56 for 3.
One of my calls became true. It's played simply straight around. Almost looks like a Yorker.
Might just have had a bit of shape on it, hey? And Britska is, you normally say marching back to the pavilion. He is dawdling back. He's absolutely appalled that he hasn't made runs there. And that's exactly what we were talking about. This is the big partnership. Break this and you're in the game, and you can see what it means to the Dolphins players. Everybody's together now
100%.
talking about how they're going to get the next one out, because they've got him out and he's the big fish.
But you also look at that now. That wicket brings
Kashile coming in to bat now, the
wicket-keeper into bat. So the next two obviously coming into bowl are now going, okay, we're in now.
Well, here's the next question. Are you going to prize the ball out of Tristan Leese's hands now? Because he's got 2 for 17 in 4.4. Are you going to give him one more? Are you going to say, come on, boy, you're going to have to bowl again until later this afternoon? Or are you going to say, I've made the tactical decision before he started the over?
If you had to put me on the field in that huddle now, as a senior player, I would be asking the captain that same question. Do you want him to have another go? Do you want him to maybe try and bowl for the next 5-10 minutes? Maybe an over or two if he strikes again? Or do you want him to come on after lunch to try and strike again?
Fighting
So
fit.
you're almost asking that question. For me as a senior player, I'd be going, youngster, you're bowling another one. Obviously, that's obviously the captain's call. So tactically wise, if he's on board, might not be a bad shot. But I do think in this situation, I'm 56 for 3. New batter at the crease. I'm telling the youngster, the fast bowler, strap your boots on. You're bowling another one.
Yeah. Well, he's going to be bowling at the 26-year-old Sinatemba Kashile. Played 2 ODIs in Faisalabad last year.
Had a very good SA tour before that. Scored quite a few runs.
Young man who was identified very early, coming out of Hudson Park, playing for Border, and there was a moment when it looked as if he might go all the way through into the Proteas side as a teenager. Didn't happen, and I think he's had a steep learning curve since those early days, but he can play. 56 for 3 at the end of Tristan Leese's over, 2 for 17 off 5. You can't ask much more from your quick bowler than that in conditions like this.
Yeah, you see, you can almost see his body language. Hopefully he's getting another over.
I saw him looking over his shoulder there at Bryce Parsons, the skipper.
He looks a bit angry, to be honest with you, from all the way up, yeah?
You quite like that.
I like
You
that.
want your quick bowler to be
like
angry.
That. I like that. Almost shows that the boy wants the ball. He wants to bowl.
Mm.
Hopefully he gets another over. We don't know obviously what's happening, but
So we thought we were going to have a double change, but that's not going to be the case. Kush Kelle's carrying on.
see how nicely it pans out if you take a wicket.
Yeah.
That's what we always used to try and tell the bowlers. If you take a wicket, you can carry on bowling.
Interesting fielding change. We've got 2 gullies for the left-handed Herman, who smashes
Wow.
it away. Square
Wow.
for 4. Good shot. That's as good a shot as he's played.
Wow. On top of the bounce. Almost thinking that's the plan that they want to try and execute. It's that 5th, 6th stump outside off. I don't think CSA wanted to go that short. But well played from Herman. Race to the boundary. Oh, he's looked good this morning.
He's another good shot for none. Yeah, he's obviously one who's been earmarked for the future at a higher level, and he's showing why people are thinking about that, because yes, the odd ball has got past the outside edge, but it's no more than the odd ball.
Yeah, his defenses are good. His attacking game is very good. It's almost sussed out his game plan quite early in his career. But in saying that, he's still got a lot to learn. Product of Waterkloof High School up in Pretoria, Centurion.
So not over attacking for Kashile. 2 slips gully. Silly mid on. I'm still not happy about that silly mid on. I don't think that's a wicket taking position.
No, it isn't, because if he slides down the leg side, it's almost a free shot through mid wicket in square leg.
Oh, that's a short run. Oh, not
my
a great
word.
throw. Brilliantly backed up by Similani there. That had 5 written all over it. I think a clean pick up and throw there. He was found wanting. And that would have been Jordan Herman. So 62 for 3. We've got 18 minutes to go to lunch. And this is the sort of position that the Dolphins would have hoped for. They've had to work hard for it. Whoops. Oh, Kush Kelle has gone down. Is he okay? I know Jordan Herman pulled away very late.
Yeah, it almost looked like Bryce Parsons just moving away from the stumps, a little bit wider. in that short mid-on position. My feeling with both of those men standing on the square, they need to be way closer if they want to effect anything.
Yeah,
It's almost just standing in no man's land.
that's exactly my feeling. It's nicely fielded.
So I'd rather have Pillay and Parsons another 3-4 meters in.
If you're going to have them in front of square.
100%.
62 for 3. 6 runs off the over. I think that might be the end of Kush Kelly for now. 9 overs for 16. He took the new ball with Ethan Bosch and came back for that second spell. And now
We have a change at the Old Fort Road end.
we do have Unkabani Mokoena back into the attack. The 19-year-old, the Cyclone from Kwamashu. Born in Bloemfontein, I didn't know that. Got a scholarship to Northwood,
Yep.
where Vaughan van Jaarsveld is doing some yeoman work. Nicely played by Kashile, and nicely fielded as well.
So those drop shoulders from Lewis was the right call.
Yep, you're right.
Wanting one more over. Obviously been told that he'll need to bowl for the rest of the day, so
Mhm. Well, now the ball's not swinging. You got to hope that your quicks are going to do the job for you. Actually thought that Herman and Manak played very well for the second wicket. They put on 33, and the ball was moving around when Manak came in at 16 for 1.
Manak he looked very good.
Manak went for 15 or 43 deliveries. He worked hard for his runs, and there were 3 boundaries in that 15. That's a nice line. I like that. Well left. A little bit of swing after the ball has passed the bat. That will encourage the bowler.
Only criticism I have of that is maybe 2 foot fuller.
Mm-hmm.
Just almost getting the batter. Do I go forward? Do I go back? Do I play at it? As we see, after it passed the batter, it swung quite a way in. That's a little bit too full, but yeah, you want the batter to be playing all the time, especially leading up to lunchtime. You want to put doubts in their minds. Do I need to play it? Don't I need to play it?
So you will have seen him as a teenager at Northwood. Well, did he always have that extra gear?
Yeah, he's always been quick. I know Nancy Hayward worked with him quite a lot, especially with the mind and the action, and trying to get him to get a little bit stronger at the crease. He's always been quick. He was a handful to some of the other schools, but I'm glad to see he's improved a hell of a lot more than when he was there. That's better. Well bowled.
That's a good pacey over. 5 overs, 1 for 6. Maiden over. There've been plenty this morning, and as much as we've been critical, Vaughan and I, and also Nick, of the decision to win toss and bowl, I think at 62 for 3, the Dolphins will be feeling that they've got the better of this first session of play. There's a long way to go, but they've got enough good bowling to try and close out this innings. We should start talking about what would they be happy with conceding. maybe 250. If they could bowl them out for 250, they would feel, well, we've got a chance to bat for 2 days.
I'm gonna be that guy. I'll tell you straight after this first ball.
Ethan Bosch back in the attack. 26 years old. In the prime of his career.
You know I'm always controversial and I like to have a little bit of a dig. I know sitting in that change room years and years ago, 62 for 3, it's probably a squared off session. No winner, no loser. I do think if they were 48, 52, different story. I do still think that they need to try and grab a wicket, or they should have had, their goal would have been 4 down at lunchtime.
Nicely played by Herman. He's rotated the strike very well, the left-hander.
He's played unbelievably well. He's dropped and ran very well. Bad ball's gone to the boundary. He's defended well. Not to be critical on anybody or the decision made to bowl first, but I can tell you now their goal would have been 4 or 5 down at lunchtime. Not many runs. You don't want to chase. Even when I say chase, even in the first innings, you don't want to overexert yourself. So you're almost saying like between 180 and 220. That's probably the highest you'd like to go, because then you can try and get to that 400, 450, 500, and then put a lot of pressure on the Warriors. If you have to bat second, you're only probably going to literally score maybe between 30 and 60. Then it's understandable, or like you say, bat once. Oh,
nice line. Well left.
Just, and in that same breath, it's just almost like I would have said to the bowlers, maidens. You then put pressure on the 2 openers, Herman, Teko, then you got Manek, then you had Breedske, now you've got Kashile. Put pressure on them. Because as history has always told us, I mean, games that I've played here against the Warriors, they don't like batting here. It's different. It bounces a bit more. It sometimes turns a bit more. So put pressure on them. Let them make the mistake. Let them, like a money coming in at first drop, play your shots. But if you make a mistake, you're out.
Just settled into a nice line and length straight away as Bosch.
I mean, even when we started our broadcast and you said Ethan was swinging it was almost like 2 sides of the wicket instead of what we've just seen now of trying to hit off stump and that's it. Don't move from there. Kashile, Herman, Manek, whoever you are, you make the play. I think they need a lot more of that, especially coming in after lunch. The graveyard session. I think that's probably the only way they're going to get any wickets.
It's funny, my weather app, Vaughan, was saying that we were going to have a cloudy day with thunderstorms this afternoon, and maybe that was the long-term strategy that they were thinking about, that it was going to be much more bowler-friendly conditions through the day than clearly we're going to see. McQuena continues. That's a good shot through mid-wicket for 4.
Well played again. Paul Royal's teammates. One bowling, one batting.
Just sat up a little bit, didn't it? But well played.
Saw that very early, hit in front of square. But Andy, also you look at, never believe a weather app. What was Saturday night there was predicted no rain. It rained for 10 minutes. Sunday it predicted almost monsoon weather, and it rained for 15 or 20 minutes. So, and before that we haven't had rain for literally 12 days, 13 days, 14 days.
It's been dry in the Midlands as well. We had a big storm last night. Some areas got as much as 75 mils, and it was still raining when I left home early this morning.
Oh, wow.
It didn't stop raining until I got to Maritzburg, and then it got hotter and hotter as I got closer to Kingsmead.
Even if you can see on the big screen and that on that picture, you can see all the brown little spots on the field, the grass getting burnt. This hot weather.
Chance of 2? No, they're quite happy with 1. Might have been leg by. Let's have a look. No, there was bat on that. Yeah, you're quite right. Those brown spots, which without rain are going to get browner and browner. Coming up to the end of the first class season will be before the end of February, and then March will be given over to 50 over cricket. Nicely played.
I think it's the first time I've ever known a season to finish off with 50, the long, one day cricket, if I want to call it that. You either finish off in the old days with 4-day cricket, or you finished off with the T20 series. Mm-hmm. It's the first time I've actually heard of the 50 over competition being played right at the end.
Yeah, reminder that the 4-day competition will end with a final, which will be next week. Oh, well played.
Shot.
Got over the bounce nicely, and they will come back for 2. So, and we should just talk about that a little bit, Vaughan. The Warriors top of the table, 104.36 points, 3 wins, 3 draws. And below them, Northwest, Lions and Western Province, all with a chance of playing in the final. For the Dolphins, it's a must win, and even if they win, they might not make the final, depending on what happens above them.
Oh no.
Has that gone down?
Straight over both of the heads.
Let's have another look at that. McQuaina thrashing some life out of this pitch. Oh, that's a brute of a delivery.
Wow. I mean, I look at it, Andy. Yeah, it's Northwest are playing the Lions. One of them's going to get, or even if it's a draw, they both get 6. Very tough, very tough. You'd maybe want the Warriors to be bowled out for maybe 180, 200. Not enough batting points. Bat once, hopefully they don't get enough bowling points, and then still beat them, so they can stay on 104. But you could then almost leapfrog them, and hope Northwest Lions and Western Province sort of fall into your category of where you can like almost slip in. But it is nice to see the table so congested. It means the teams are looking to win games and not just play for points.
Yeah, and here we are, last round of games, and there are 5 teams who could conceivably play in the final. The Buolant Titans and Tuskers bringing up the rear. Titans winning a game in Pietermaritzburg last week that has staved off any fears that they may have had of relegation.
because at one stage I was quite close.
It was. In the end, the Tuskers didn't get enough in either innings to really put pressure on. Titans won 4 down on a pitch that was then turning square. But they were only chasing, I think, 75 to win. 175 would have been a different story. Good shot. Oh my word, he's picked that one up and smacked it through square for 4.
Brian Lara.
That's a good call. Yeah, very Lara-esque, wasn't it?
Played off the hip. Lovely. Great shot.
And you just raised the spectre of Brian Lara. You know that Ethan Bosch's dad has got 1 test wicket, and it was Brian Lara.
Oh, wow.
Barbados, 1992.
I was fortunate enough to play against the flamboyant left-hander.
About taught you everything you knew?
We actually played in the Nicky Oppenheimer 11 against them, a tour match at Rijksfontein.
What a beautiful ground.
Lovely. I think he got about 60 or 70. Don't remember much else other than watching him while I was fielding, so drifting a little bit.
Yeah, your skipper always talked about that. Yeah, good run. That's been a feature of his innings, drop and run.
He's rotated the strike very well. I was fortunate enough to get 48 not out, and then the great man did say well batted to me, which meant quite a lot.
How old were you at this point?
TV. When did West Indies come here last time? I think I was still in school.
It must have been early 90s, hey?
It was 2000s. That 2000. I think it's a tour when Sean Pollock got 5 wickets here at Kingsmead. I think it was that tour.
Right.
If I'm not mistaken. Or maybe just after that.
I forget how young you are.
With a lot of grey hair.
I saw my first game at Rijksfontein in 1992. Oh! Well, we've actually got a leg slip in place, and that wasn't a million miles away from being a catch. It was well short, a thick inside edge, and that is lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, 31 overs bowled in the morning session, 67 left on the opening day, and just to take you back to the start, the Dolphins winning the toss, choosing to bowl first. They've picked up Madire Leteko, bowled by Nkobani Mokoena for 3. Manak caught in the gully by Andile Simelani off Kushkele for 15. And Matthew Brisker, LBW to Tristan Lewis for 5. And I should say it's not Kelly taking the second wicket, it was Lewis who's ended up with 2 for 17 off his 7 overs. Bowled really well. Not out at the break are Jordan Herman on 43 and Sinatembe Keshile on 8. It is 80 for 3 at lunch. We will speak to you after the break.
Welcome back, everybody, to Hollywoodbets Kingsmead Stadium. Lunch has been had by our players and us here. Brilliant lunch had by everyone. And as it stands, the Warriors currently 80 for the loss of 3 wickets. The men currently at the crease. Jordan Herman, he's 43 not out, and with him, the wicketkeeper, Sinetembe Deshile, who is 8 not out from 18 deliveries. It has been quite a slog, that morning session, from both the batters and the bowlers. And opening the bowling after the lunch break, Ngobani Mokoena for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins from the Old Fort end. Nice and forward is Deshile defending into the offside. It was a very interesting first session, obviously an extended session there from 9 until 11:30. 80 for 3. The Dolphins would be happy with those 3 wickets after they won the toss and decided to bowl first, which was a contentious decision up here in the commentary box. Those 3 wickets did well to quash those thoughts. Shot from Deshile down the ground. Mokoena got a hand on it, so it's not going to go to the boundary. So 2 runs to start the session, as well as a no ball there from Mokoena overstepping. So the Warriors moved to 83 for the loss of 3 wickets. Having a chat during the lunch break, the word is that there's quite a bit of grass that has been left on the wicket, which probably influenced the Dolphins into bowling first when they won the toss this morning. But under these bright skies and these weather conditions, that grass might not be playing too much of a role, or as big a role as Bryce Parsons and the Dolphins thought it might have when they won the toss and decided to bowl first. Mokoena has been impressive from the Old Fort end. 6.2 overs, 1 for 20 so far from him. 2 maidens in there, as I'm joined by Andy Capistano.
Afternoon, Nick. Oh, it's hot out there now. Whoa, I just walked out of the aircon into the daylight.
Good leave from Deshile.
You've got to be very careful with Mokoena, you know. He does bowl that ball that sort of tracks back. You have to be very sure where your off stump is. Sometimes it's lying on the ground next to the wicket keeper.
There are a lot of wide brim hats out now after the lunch break.
I see that, yes. They all look like drawing pins, don't they? Yeah, we've got 2 slips and a gully with wide brimmed on. We've got square leg, mid on, mid off. Almost like the old days. I'll tell you a lovely hat story. There's a cricket museum in Sydney, which has been there for many, many years. And the chap in charge for about 30 years told a story. And this happened in the late 60s, early 70s. He saw this chap coming in and looking at these pictures from the Sydney cricket ground in the 1930s, and these lovely old-fashioned big pictures that showed the whole crowd. And in those days you had proper silver in the black and white pictures, so they still looked fantastic after years in the daylight. And the curator said there was one chap who used to come in fairly regularly and would stand in front of this picture of the Sydney cricket ground on a day when England were playing in a test match there, and the ground was absolutely packed. And he said one day he picked up the courage to talk to this chap, and he said, you must really love that picture. It must mean a lot to you, because I see you staring at it. Was your father a cricketer or something like that? He said no. He says, I'm in the hat business. He says, and do you know, every person in that crowd is wearing a hat. He says, and when times are tough in my shop, I come in here and I stand in front of this picture and I think things will change. 83 for 3. That's the first over done after lunch.
Oh no, there we go. So things will always change, even in the hat business.
Yeah. And everybody out there is wearing a hat this afternoon.
It looks like Ethan Bosch is going to be bowling the second over after the lunch break.
Bowled a good one straight up before lunch. Asked a few nice questions. You feel they've got to get Herman out quickly, because he's the man that can really bat long.
And he has batted really nicely. From what I've seen, very few chances given. Has played within himself a lot. 43 of 73 balls, and we know what sort of player he can be.
Good leave.
He's done very well to shift from that T20 mode straight back into the 4-day mode. They're still persisting with that man catching at sort of short mid-off.
I don't like him where he is. If I'm the bowler, I'm feeling like he's in my way. Push him another 3 or 4 meters closer to the batsman and I don't mind. But if I'm bowling round the wicket there, I'm covering that. If he hits it back there, I'm covering that.
Just looking, and Jordan Herman didn't start very well on his return from the SA20 last week. He got 1 and 26 in their drawn game with the Lions.
It was a rain-affected game, that one, at St George's, or bowled. I think they only managed 2 days' play.
Very similar to the Dolphins game in Potchefstroom.
Yeah, that was also 2 days lost to rain. Yeah,
well,
you're right.
Lost to conditions. There was a wet patch on the wicket for the first day, and then a different wet patch on the wicket for the second day.
Oh
which
dear.
Fortunately meant they couldn't play.
Good leave.
They've taken the second slip out now. They've just got one slip on a gully now.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. First over after lunch, Herman's got to get himself in again. Now's the time you want to try and get him out. And I mean, to my mind, that silly mid-off isn't doing anything there. Stick him into second slip, and you got a field. That's gone through for 4. It's the short boundary, so although he didn't get all of it, he will get 4. It's gone all the way down Wilson's way. He's going to have to dig around. Oh no, it's bounced back off the new stanchion of one of these LED lights.
Full wide outside off stump. A gift for any batter trying to get themselves back in after a break.
Takes him close to the half-century mark, 47 off 78. It's starting to up his run rate a little bit.
Better ball there from Ethan Bosch. Pulled his length back again.
Almost didn't carry, didn't it?
Had Jordan Herman just feeling at that one a little bit. But you are right there. Some have died and some have carried through really nicely today already. I think that extra grass has sort of forced, has meant that some are going to carry through nicely. You have a bit of a dead patch on the grass, then it might just die a little bit.
I see the Dolphins have got some extra fielders at third man. So what do you call a collection of Hardy-Dars? An of Hardy-Dars. There's 7 of them down there.
I wonder how good they are at fielding. We might see soon enough.
That's nicely bowled. Semel Pillay with the shy. Oh dear, that's not very good backing up. They're going to get at least 4 here for a little squirt into the offside. Is that 4 or 3?
3.
3, they got 3.
The backing up left a little bit to be desired.
To be fair to him, it was a terrible throw.
And it is the elder statesman.
Yeah,
the 34-year-old Kaya Zondo is not going to be getting down as quickly as he used to.
I saw the foot rather than the hand going for that one. We can forgive him.
Well, the Warriors edging towards 100.
Now we've got a short extra and a short mid-wicket. Extra is not that short. And here he is fielding the ball, and they go through to 48 for Jordan Herman. Yeah, I just get the feeling, Nick, that Dolphins have missed a trick after lunch here. They've just come out in contain mode, and the ball is still new enough that they should be trying to really thrash some life out of this and attack, find a way to get under the batsman's skin.
So they've reverted back to 2 slips and a gully for Geshile.
Nicely played. Geshile has got a bit of a presence at the crease. He perhaps hasn't got the purest of techniques, but when the ball comes off the bat, you hear a resounding noise.
It's one of those players that burst onto the scene domestically and then had a period where he battled, but has seemed to have righted himself nicely, batting higher up the order, I think, than previously. Or the short one.
Bowled. That's quick.
Haven't seen many of those bowled by the Dolphins today.
Important thing about that bouncer is it was straight. It's gone straight over the top of the stumps. And Geshile got himself into what dear old Kenny Barrington used to call two-man's land. He didn't quite know whether to duck or play the shot, and in the end he did neither and got away with it. That's a good follow-up and well played by Geshile. Perhaps argue that you want McQuenna just a metre further up and a bit straighter, but when you're bowling quick, you don't have a slide rule in your back pocket. You're letting the thing go as quickly as you possibly can, and it's not quite as scientific as it would be if he was bowling off spin. Yeah, good leave in the end. He got himself into position to play it. 91 for 3.
Another good over there from McQuenna.
Well, you introduced him as the hottest property in South African cricket, and I think you're absolutely right. He's got 1 for 24 off 8. He's bent his back throughout. I really liked the bouncer he bowled in that over. Now, you just want a young fast bowler to just bowl quick. Don't worry about anything else. Give it everything. No change in the field for Bosch. Very much a run-saving field.
But they're not saving runs.
That's what Herman has really done well. That takes him to 49.
It scampered through the single there, straight to backward points.
That stop and run. I reckon he's scored a dozen runs that way. And lesser players, that's a dot ball. I really like to see them putting more pressure on Kashile than is the case at the moment.
They've reverted back to the 2 slips in a gully. So far more conventional field.
Whoops-a-daisy.
Sure.
That's one of those that could so easily have gone through the slips for 4. And in years to come, you'll look at the scorecard and say, oh, Kashile probably smacked one through the covers for 4 there.
It looked like he was going to throw it and then almost decided not to throw it.
Yeah, nearly didn't let it go. Yeah. That's nice. Followed him, and well played by Kashile. Does look as if they fancy Kashile. Doesn't particularly like the short one. In which case, remind him. Stick somebody under the lid, either at silly point or short leg. Somebody to talk to him.
I haven't seen either of those positions used at all. Actually, very, very rarely see them here, though, to be fair, at Kingsmead.
But I much prefer that to silly mid on, silly mid off, who are not doing much else than handing the ball back to the bowler.
This morning, when the ball was moving around a little bit, you could have probably argued for a short leg, that one that comes off the inside edge and balloons out to that position. But I agree with you that those 2 catches that they had straight haven't actually made any sort of difference.
Just lost his line a little bit there.
A lot of encouragement from the Dolphins fielders out there at the moment. It is starting to bake out there now.
Oh, we missed the no ball, first ball of the over. Just looking up at the scoreboard there.
You don't want to be bowling extra deliveries in this heat.
Good early call of weight. Now, there's no such thing as a cricketer who's not superstitious. And one of the things that they are particularly superstitious about is the 7th ball of an over. And it's coming up. If you're a bowler, it tends to go for 4. If you're a batter, you get out. Oh my word, he's left one that's gone over the top of off.
That has done a little bit too, hasn't it?
Definite movement off the seam there. So, other than the no ball, it would have been a maiden. 93 for 3.
What is the old saying? If it seems, it spins.
Aha.
So
you'd have the spinner on sooner rather than later, would you?
I would love to see Tristan Luce get another shot. I know that he probably the most expensive of the Dolphins seamers.
But he's got 2.
Yeah.
You'll always trade runs for wickets.
And it looks like he's warming up. So they've clearly seen something that we haven't with that catcher to Jordan Herman. He's moving over to the leg side now.
So he's gone. Maybe he's gone a couple of meters closer to the batter than he was at Silimidon. But there's an example. You see, both men have run straight across the middle of the pitch to field the ball. And the bowler will always exercise droit de seigneur and pick it up there. Fielder is purely there as decoration.
Herman 49, one short of a half century, which will be a very good knock. He's played beautifully so far.
Oh, off the glove. It is going for 4, and that is the half century for Jordan Herman. It's come off 49 deliveries, and it included 9 boundaries. Sorry, 83 deliveries.
It was a really good 50 there from Jordan Herman. Was measured in his approach throughout. Picked his deliveries to attack, scored nicely square the wicket on the leg side when it got a little bit short. Played some beautiful straight drives early on in his innings, and has weathered the storm for the Warriors. Lost 3 wickets around him, but has batted fantastically well.
Yeah. And if history is anything to go by, he hasn't made a 50 this year, but he has got 200s. So the Dolphins will be worried that they're going to turn this into a big score.
The conversion rate is concerning for the Dolphins, but he's shown why he is one of the premier batters in the country. I think has looked very comfortable.
Yeah, I think higher honours are not far away for both of the Herman brothers, actually. Didn't get all of that, but we'll pick up the run. It's funny how just a few years ago we were worried about cricket in this country, that we weren't producing the production line of high quality batters and bowlers that we'd perhaps become blasé about in the early 2000s, and around about the time that Graham Smith's side was breaking all sorts of records. And now here we are. South Africa are the World Test champions. They were in the T20 World Cup final last time it was played, and the pipeline with players like McKenna and Herman is looking very good. And you and I have both been lucky enough to see what's going on in the KZN schools. And I'm looking forward to young Seth Simpson coming through. Westville boy, matriculated last year. Bowls leg spin, bats in the top 4, and looks like a player to me.
Very good player. He represented the Dolphins in the pre-season tournament here. They had a 10-over side tournament.
No, that was his brother. That was Blake. Who bowled a little bit too much bounce for the LBW. Blake actually, on the back of that 10-over performance, they picked him to go to the Hong Kong Sixers.
Yes. Oh, so that was Blake.
Yeah. So Seth is the younger boy. They're both farm boys, and they can both play. But what I've seen of Seth Simpson, I think he's got something. And funnily enough, I saw quite a lot of him at the Clifton T20 last year, and that is happening this week. The Clifton T20, which I think is 7 or 8 seasons old now. The finals are at Crusaders on Sunday, if you're around. Otherwise, it'll be streamed on Supersport Schools. Ethan Bosch to continue. So the features of Jordan Herman's 50. He's left the ball well, he's dropped the ball and run well, and he's hit the bad ball. 9 boundaries in 54 tells you that story.
Yeah, he has. He's managed himself very well. Played, as I said, anything outside off stump that hasn't felt like he was going to score runs off, has left alone brilliantly. And when it's been straight, like all lefties do, played very well through the leg side.
And all signs after lunch that this could be an afternoon of toil for the Dolphins bowlers.
I think it is definitely going to be a long afternoon. However, we said that they were battling and they picked up 3 wickets before lunch. We didn't say they were battling, we said that it was difficult for them. But they've kept the run rate in check. Still under 3 runs and over.
Thick edge down to Similani. He's taken a catch in that position today. Juggled it, but hung on. That was to get rid of Manik, who fought hard for 15. 3 wickets to fall. Leterko 3, Manik 15, Briitska 5. Briitska with the big wicket. There was a real bubble around the ground when he fell at 56. But this partnership is now worth 32. Sliced away. There is no third man. That'll be 4.
Short wide. There's very little risk in playing that shot, and he's got it up and over the slips and down to third man for 4. And that's the 100 up for the Warriors. 36.4 overs to get to that mark. 3 wickets down. I think the longer they bat now, the more pressure they put on the Dolphins bowlers. I think they could be in for a very nice afternoon of batting.
Yeah, nudging up towards 3 and over now, the run rate, 2.8. So largely, of course, irrelevant on the first day of a 4-day game, but what it does show, excuse me, is that the batting side is starting to come to terms. Oh my word, what did that hit? Apart from Hanno Filyun's hand, which might have been broken by the look of him, he's not even getting up to try and take that return. I think this could be bad news.
That has flown off. I think it's hit one of the footholes.
I certainly don't think he's going to get straight back up and carry on keeping wicket here.
It really shot through to him and got his, I think it was his left hand up. But he is in a lot of pain.
I think straight away, yeah, there's the signal. They need the physio out there. And I mean, wicket keepers, of course, they've always got hands like tree roots because they get hit there so many times. But the way he immediately reacted there struck me that that's an old injury that has been reawakened by that, and it's not just going to be a bit of magic spray. I think that we might have a new wicketkeeper here.
Well, they've got Slade van Staden, who is a wicketkeeper.
Yes, Hilton College boy, can do the job.
They're waiting for the Dolphins physio to get out on the field.
Maybe he's had too much lunch.
He's having a sleep. There he comes.
Yeah, he's coming out with the bag now. So it looks like we're going to have a protracted break here. I think we'll just close off commentary for now with the Warriors 104 for 3.
All right, so we are back, and Hollywood remains on the field. I know that it seemed that he might be leaving, but he is still on the field, and he will get his gloves back on after one sort of just spat up off one of the footmarks, I think it was. Ethan Bosch bowled it full and wide to Jordan Herman, who played at it. It's shot through for 2 byes. Unfortunately for Hollywood, those will go against him. But he seems to be okay, ready to continue. So we'll watch him closely. I'm joined now by Vaughan van Jaarsveld. VVJ, looking at what's happened sort of post-lunch, what are your initial thoughts after this delivery from Ethan Bosch?
Hello, Nick. Yeah, nice to see the wicketkeeper get a stinger. Being an ex-part-time keeper myself, those aren't the most friendliest, but it almost just seems that the Dolphins have just gone. I wouldn't say gone, they've probably taken the foot off the pedal a little bit, just with regards to the pressure, bowling one side of the wicket. Mokwena's been bowling nicely to Koshile here. Been hitting a good length. Just feel that they could just have 1 or 2 fielders in different places, just to keep that pressure on. Herman's shot off to 58, a well played 58 so far. Pressure needs to come from both sides.
Mokwena to continue. Again on the money from the get-go. Right on the money, Mokwena. I think this was it is an interesting battle, this one. I think that Mokwena's short one in the last over might have given him a few ideas. Koshile looked like he was ready to take it on and then eventually bailed out, which was probably the right call. So that we might see a few more of those.
Yeah, Koshile is known to take on that short ball. I'd even throw almost a squarish mid wicket down to deep square, just to put that in the back of his mind. Would get Tristan Lewis back into that catching cover region. Have your mid-off and mid-on quite, I wouldn't say deepish, but where they are now is perfect. And just say to Koshile, now the time for you to score some runs is you've got to take that upon your own shoulders.
Another good delivery from Mokwena. Koshile 13 on 41 deliveries at the moment. So he seems to be quite happy to settle in and let Herman score the runs from the other end and just support him along the way.
And that's what we were talking about earlier in the morning. Just think outside the box. Just be proactive. Think of how else you can get either one of them out.
This partnership is nearing 50, and they've done well since the lunch break. They've combined nicely, have these two batters, because if the Dolphins had taken a few wickets straight after that lunch break, the tails would have been right up.
In saying that, totally you're spot on, but I do think that something's bubbling under the surface. And I say that with all due respect. Bowling wise, it's bubbling. There's something that's going to happen. Maybe a few wickets, maybe they're going to just let that tap open up a little bit. From the batting side, it looks almost the same, where yes, they look comfortable, they're blocking, they're defending, they're leaving. Something's going to happen. So if it's a half chance, or hopefully there's not many runs that go begging, but there is something that is going to happen. It's almost called a long chess game.
Another leave for Deshile. Mokwena pulls his shirt over his face. I think I don't think it's a frustration thing. I think maybe he's just putting on all the effort he possibly can. Bowls another maiden. That's his third maiden of the day from Mokoena. He's bowled beautifully for the Dolphins. He really has bent his back. He is 19 years old. We mustn't forget that.
I think looking at that reaction, it's almost like a disbelief of the batter not going for it. It's that, I tried another wide one. Didn't happen. Or maybe he's thinking, again, another wide one, maybe I should have bowled it at the stumps. Seen what's happened. We see a change at Mgani end. And Dile Sinamalani coming back into the attack. Very impressed with his first spell. Coming around the wicket to the left-hander. Bowling it straight at Herman in that first spell. Bowled lovely to Manak, also outside off stump.
Just those 4 overs from Similane in that first spell. Conceded just 6 runs from those 4 overs.
I do hope sitting as a cricket supporter, he gets through quite a few overs today. It would be good for him. Be good for the Dolphins. He almost is that sort of game changer type of person. Good catch here or a run out or some good bowling. So hopefully he can get through quite a few overs. You see, this is what I like. Nick, you got 3 fielders on the leg side. Fine leg, mid wicket, mid on, and then you go offside. Slip, gully, point, cover, catching cover, and mid off. Asking the batter, okay, what is your next move? Yes, I might throw a few wide ones. Are you going to have a go at it, or are you happy in leaving? Just got to watch out for that occasional ball that's going to probably try and hit off stump or maybe middle and off. Hopefully I don't fall over. I mean, your mode of dismissal now is there's quite a few.
Yeah.
LBW, bowled, caught short cover, caught it slip, caught it keeper.
He's gone full and straight, but Beshile is equal to the task, doesn't fall over, driven straight to that man who's now been moved to catching at mid on.
Just feel, again, I said it to Andy earlier before lunch, it is such a no man's land. It doesn't, on a wicket like this, it's not, I don't know, it's not conducive to a wicket taking delivery. It's almost like a mistimed shot, or I could be wrong, and probably spoon it straight to the guy now.
No, I'm completely with you. I feel like I did say it earlier that it's a position you do see now and again in red ball cricket, but it's definitely not one that is adopted as much as it has been today from the Dolphins.
But you normally see a position like that is normally up country, or at in East London where it's slow, or at a Wanderers or Centurion where there's a lot of bounce. Hoping the guys play a little bit too early. On a good wicket like this at Kingsmead, 98% of the time you're not going to get anything catchable in that area. Like I said, unless there is a fault or a technical issue.
Would you not be better placed if you want to have another catching player to bring him across into the offside, or put him at slip, second slip? Carves it away. Thick outside edge, but it was short and it was wide enough for Teshile to carve it past the Slade van Staden at gully for 4. And that brings up the 50-run partnership between Herman and Teshile. Of 82 deliveries, Herman with 32 of those, 17 contributed by Teshile in a brilliant partnership after the Warriors were in a little bit of trouble at 50 odd for 3. These two have come together nicely to move them along to 109 for 3.
Totally agree with you, Nick. That short but on catching, I would rather have seen maybe at a second gully. If you are going to bowl that line of length, if you are going to make him chase either a drive or a back foot drive, I'd rather see an extra gully or maybe a deep sort of backward point, just to give you that extra protection.
So Tristan Loose is back into the attack, 2 for 17 from his 5 overs. Those 2 wickets crucial for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. More conventional field now, 2 slips and a gully for Loose to Jordan Herman. Deep square leg, fine leg. As I say that, they bring out one of the slips. Slade van Staden is now moving into that catching cover position.
Catch it.
And good take by Hanu Fulyon down the leg side there. Loose with a short one to start. Those are the ones that could quite easily brush the glove and go into the keeper's hands.
Good to see the youngster having a deep square and the fine leg out. Batter will know that the short ball is coming.
I think that'll be a definite tactic to Beshile. Solid in defence.
You almost see, like, you look at that offside field, and I know in the one day stuff they use that deep point quite a lot, but nothing's really gone through there. So you're almost placing a man again in no man's land just for that bad ball in inverted commas. I'd rather see him in a catching position, just trying to find some way of getting a wicket.
Another one just down the leg side. A good take there from the keeper. It seems okay. Seems like the hand isn't too much of an issue. But Vaughan, speaking of that man, that deep point positions is a universal position now in red ball cricket. It seems to be the first sort of defensive fielding position you put out nowadays. You have your fine leg and then you put out your point onto the boundary. You've seen it. You saw Australia doing it against England in the Ashes. Whipped it from outside off stump. Has Jordan Herman pass mid on, won't go all the way, they'll just pick up 2. He's taken that from outside off stump and whipped it past mid on. But going back to the deep point, it does feel like a position that has sort of become part and parcel with 4-day or red ball cricket nowadays.
No, fair enough, but you also look at it, when is that guy ever getting the ball? If you look at, I mean, even if you go back to those test matches, and I was sort of glued to the TV because you can't miss an Ashes series, and I mean, Australia played well, but you even look at that deep point, and I say this because we've both played cricket. How is that ball getting to point? That's your first question you need to ask. If it's short and wide, then you know, okay, I'm not bowling where I need to be bowling. So that's why I say again, it's almost like yes, it's a defensive mode, but it's there for that bad ball, that bad delivery. If you're bowling there and thereabouts every single ball, you won't need that point.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean, if he does eventually have a swat and a thick edge and it flies past the point fielder that's up in, if you want to call the ring, then so be it. But there's an opportunity of getting a wicket. At the moment now, anything 6 meters and shorter, you're not giving them free runs. And you're literally taking all that pressure away. That's what I say, like, for me, the mindset of the bowlers should be, yes, deep square leg definitely, because I am going to bowl you a bouncer.
And it's an opportunity to get a wicket.
It's an opportunity to get a wicket. They are not going to hit a rank long hop or a bad ball and cut it straight to deep point.
Yeah.
Especially in a 4-day game, maybe in a 1-day game, yes.
Simelane continuing.
And Dile's done it last over and this over. Not one ball has gone down to deep point, and he doesn't have a deep point. So, looking at Tristan Lewis, yes, he's angling it away to the left-hander with his action. But it's almost a fielder there just for that bad delivery.
You feel you've almost got more of a chance of getting him out when you got your point up, because he's going to
100%.
look to hit it hard through that area, can nick off to slip to gully, hit it straight to point.
I mean, you look at a. I mean, talking as a left-hander now, you look at when Tristan Lewis releases the ball. Yes, the wrist is going towards slip, but you should be going. Okay, I'm going to bring my other slip that I took out. I'm going to bring him back. I've got 2 slips. I've got a gully. My point is up, and I'm actually going to bring him a lot closer. So he's almost like a fourth catching option. Because if he's going to throw his hands at it, if he doesn't get it right, I've got an opportunity to get him out.
Yeah. Straight shot there from Kleshile, and the man that's at that short catching position isn't able to stop it. So they run through for a single. Now they're off a Nelson. Warriors 112 for the loss of 3 wickets. I'm completely with you, especially given that in this format of the game, a 4 here and there isn't a problem. You don't mind giving away a boundary if it's in an area where you're trying to get a wicket.
100%, because if you're bowling that line and length, there's no ways it's getting to point. If you're probing that 4th, 5th, 6th stump channel on a good length, it's not getting to point. I'll tell you now, it's...
Big shout for LBW.
Maybe a bit outside the line, maybe a bit of height. But you see, if that deep point is, you're not bowling that line. I mean, you look at this replay, look at the length he's bowling.
Yeah, the ball's definitely not getting to backward point, to deep point with this angle and that length.
And now, in all of that, what we've just spoken about, is now you start building pressure. Now Jordan doesn't know, should I go forward, should I go back? So now you bring in an extra dismissal of an LBW or a bowled, whereas you're now first looking for him to get caught.
The field on the offside is very tight. Cover and extra cover. Great delivery there from Simelane. Had Herman stuck on the crease. Thick inside edge down to fine leg. Simelane seems to be finding a good area now, those last couple deliveries.
So Simelane had mid-off cover, a squarish cover, your gully and your slip. He then had deep point, which I don't mind, because now it's almost a boundary protector. Because he had that cordon all the way around the offside, you've still got a catching option, a sort of point, square point, and you've got your gully and your 2 slips, or gully and slip, and then you're covering your boundary, so then you're still keeping the pressure on, so you're not really having that massive gap where the batter can just dot it down for one and almost walk through for a single.
The end of the over, Warriors 113 for the loss of 3 wickets. 6 overs for Simelane, none for 13. Tristan Lewis 2 for 19 from his 6. He will be continuing from the Old Fort end of the ground.
Afternoon, VBJ.
Afternoon, Andy.
I bring interesting news from around the country.
Oh, lovely.
So we spoke this morning about the possible permutations for getting through to the final, as Tristan Lewis bowls smacked away, only worth 1 for Jordan Herman, 114 for 3. So one of the teams that can still make it through to the final is the Lions. They are on 96.38 points. and effectively that's 8 points behind the leading team, who are the Warriors that we're watching now. Well, the Lions are playing the Mutiram Tuskers and bowled them out at the Wanderers this morning for 63.
Shame.
VR Mulder took 7 for 6.
Oh wow.
That's a good shot.
Great shot.
Stood up tall, got a lot of bat on that. 4 runs for Sinatemba Kashile. So 63 all out, the Tuskers. The Lions are 6 without loss in reply. And the other game that is germane is Western Province. Western Province currently in 4th position on the log. 93.3 points. And looks like there's a bit of weather around in Cape Town, because they've only had 7 overs there.
Ooh.
And Western Province are 38 for 1. And that is against the Momentum Multiply Titans.
Interesting. I saw in our group that play will only start at 1:30 at Boylan Park.
And that's Bullen against Northwest. Right, I was wondering why I couldn't find that score. Good leave. Yeah, so the Lions have straight away picked up 4 bowling points there in one session against the Tuskers. It's not been a great year for them.
See, we've got the Sharks defensive coach Joe Mongol sitting in the stands.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he's watching. Avid cricket supporter.
Yeah,
Used to
yeah.
play a lot of cricket for Pretoria Boys.
Aha.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Yeah, he is quite extraordinary defensive coach. Has been around the world doing that job and makes a difference wherever he goes.
So it looks like the weather has got the good for two games so far.
Yeah,
Interesting, very interesting.
It does highlight the fact that the Dolphins, should they win this game, are still in with a chance of reaching the final. That's a good shot. That'll be 4. So 1 off the front foot, 1 off the back foot for Kashile in that over.
And the Dolphins have only got one bonus point so far.
Correct. 3 wickets
in 42 overs.
42 overs, right. It's a little bit early to be talking about the second new ball.
So they need 58 overs to get another 3 points, which is 3, 5 and
3, 5, 7 and 9.
3, 5, 7 and 9.
Actually, for those of you interested, 16 points for a win is the system that Cricket South Africa use. A draw, 6 points each. A tie, 8 points each. And on top of those, batting bonus points. You get 1 point for reaching 150 in the first innings, and 0.02 points for each run thereafter. For the bowling bonus points, 1 point for taking the 3rd, 5th, 7th and 9th wickets, maximum of 4. Similani continuing. Bowled well, none for 13 into his 7th over. I feel that the Dolphins didn't put enough pressure on in the first few overs after lunch, with 2 batters who had to set out their stall a second time. It was just looking a little bit like going through the motions.
Yeah, and I've just said to Nick as well on air, just the field placings have just been a little bit, I wouldn't say unjust, but you've got a deep point that's never getting the ball. You've got some fielders in the wrong places. You've got standing in no man's land. The Dolphins, like I've said it probably every game that they've played, just need to be a bit more proactive with field placings and bowlers needing to execute. Try and get wickets somehow. If these two sit their stall out, it could be a very long afternoon.
Herman in particular is starting to look as if if you're going to get him off this land, you're going to have to bring in the red ants and knock down a few structures.
And in the same breath, Kashile as well, because he's also now taking toll on anything loose.
Happy to see that Hanifilian has been repaired. It did look very much as if his game might be over when he got hit on the left hand with a ball that flew off a length. But, they've done a job on him, and I'm sure they'll do another job at tea time. Remember the Tuskers game here that you and I did, VVJ, and Dile Similani, we couldn't figure out why he was 12th man. He came out and he fielded and looked full of beans, and we were told that he had no injury worries, and yet he didn't play in that game. What we spoke about was exactly this kind of thing. This is how you learn to be a first-class cricketer. So I'm delighted to see that he's playing in this game. Shot.
Wow.
That's another one going down Wilson's way. It'll end up amongst the grass cutting equipment.
End of the over. End of Similani's 7th.
And
For
drinks.
17. And we have a 5-minute drinks break.
126 for 3 at the break. No wickets since lunch. Welcome back. Warriors putting to bat this morning by the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. They're 126 for 3. And that's an excellent recovery from 56 for 3. This partnership worth 70 between Sinetembe Keshile, who is on 26, and Jordan Herman on 67. Tristan Luce bowling from the old 410.
Oh,
They're called.
yeah, there we
Yes,
go.
he's given him.
Just
He's
called
given
it.
him, and Keshile looks distraught at that decision, but there must have been a noise. Everybody went up straight away. Lisa's got his third, and Keshile is gone for 26 of 59 balls with 4 fours.
You could see in that replay he nicked it. The dreaded look back, head down. Just received a message just before that ball was bowled from Joey down in the stands that the Dolphins need a wicket. Said we need to break this partnership, and that's what's happened.
Yeah, partnership broken at 70. And, well, there's no doubt that Tristan Luce is the difference between the Dolphins toiling and still being in this game. And that's a harsh thing to say on the first afternoon of a 4-day game. But Warriors now 126 for 4. There's plenty of batting to come. JP King is due in next. Man in good touch at the moment. Got a half century against the Lions in the rain-affected game last week. 76 not out against the Titans a couple of weeks ago. And looks like a quality cricketer. And of course below him is Sanuran Mutasamy, who is in the batting form of his life, having scored 100 for the Proteas in India. So
Pakistan.
very important for the Dolphins that they don't allow anybody to settle here.
That was the breakthrough they needed. Now to almost, as the old saying goes, 1 brings 2, and 2 brings a lot. Very good start to the over as well, taking a wicket off the first ball.
Good to see 2 slips and gully in place now for King. A good full length.
It's good to see that deep point's disappeared. Back to point.
Oh, that is
my
a
word.
snorter. That must have hit a brick. Well, he just he's bowling on a different pitch from everybody else. Is Lees?
Good to see. The youngster sticking his hand up.
Oh, that might look like a bad ball, but he got a wicket with one of those. Well avoided by King. JP King likes the bowling attack of the Dolphins, made his maiden first-class 100 against them. And younger brother CJ got a fifer in the same game. And apparently that's the first time in cricket history that's happened, that somebody's got a debut fifer and a debut 100 as brothers in the same game.
Oh, wow.
Now, if you study body language and you are watching the ball come in from the boundary there to Hanu Filyun, you will understand that he's not right. The ball hit the gloves, and it wasn't quite the golf ball disappearing into the duvet. It was more like there was a definite clang as the ball bounced out of the glove. So I think he's sort of biting the bullet out there, is Hanu.
Yeah.
That was a wicket maiden, by the way, from Tristan Lewis, who's now got 3 for 28 off 8. And Dile Similani to continue to Herman. He's got a slip and a gully. And a short mid-wicket. Short mid-wicket is the captain, Bryce Parsons. So 54 overs, all but one ball left in the day's play. Don't think we'll have any problems with weather. Good run. Just a few puffy clouds away to our right over the city, and it's the kind of thing that could build up into a bit of bad light, but I don't think so. And there's certainly no rain on the horizon.
Definitely not.
Now, Bryce Parsons just taking a little bit of time setting his field for JP King. Mid-off is going out to extra. And we've got a silly mid-off and a short extra, a slip and a gully. Those are the attacking fielders. JP went to St John's, by the way, one of your old rival schools.
Oh, the school down the road.
Yeah, that's the one. Same school as Gary Player, who's turned 90.
Where?
St John's.
Gary Player went to Cares.
Did he?
Yeah.
I thought he was a St John's boy.
No.
Ah.
First ask, they will tell you.
You see how they rattle their bars. Takes nothing to open up the
That's
wound.
true. Oh, what bold. This is much better, especially to the new batter. But I would rather see one of those two catching in front of the wicket go to
Second slip. Absolutely.
Or maybe even like a fielder in between both of them, like a 5th, 6th slip to cover some ground. I'd like to see this field to Jordan Herman with no deep point out. Let's see what he does.
Oh, bat was in the crease there as the ball deflected from the bowler's hand. It's quite interesting watching Andile Similani walking back. It looks like he's got a sponsor on his shirt that nobody else has got. It's actually a red stripe where he's been shining the ball.
Interesting place to shine a cricket ball.
Well, I was thinking exactly that. I can't think of another cricketer who I've seen get a stripe there. I bet his mother's looking at it thinking, I've got to watch that. Shot. A little bit too short and wide. That's probably the worst ball that Similani's bowled. And it has been taken full toll, and that's off the mark for JP King. Last ball of the over. 45 gone now. So the second new ball will be due before the end of the day. The Dolphins will be hoping that by the time that comes around, they're bowling at 9-10 jack. But there's a lot of hard work to do before then.
I'd even throw a spinner on at them, Gainey, and just to get through a few overs.
Tristan Leese is going to go round the wicket to Jordan Herman. Went to Vartacluf, by the way. Who
Bowler versus batter. They both come from the same school.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Well spotted. I hadn't picked that up.
Kubis Pinar used to play for the Titans.
Obus, yes.
Coaching there.
Is he? Ah. Right. I think Vartacliffe have sent a team again to the Clifton T20. Ooh, Herman's come a long way down and has to go a long way back. Oh, shocking throw from the captain, Bryce Parsons. Hanu Villian did well to stop 4 byes there. Or 4 extras, I suppose it would have been.
Yeah, JP King would have been through the school of Adrian Norris at St John's.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. First loose shot I've seen from Herman.
So when Jordan Herman was in matric, Tristan Leese would have been in grade 9. So they probably didn't play in the same first team together. It's very noticeable that players are playing shots against Tristan Leese that they're not playing against other bowlers with less pace.
100%. It's almost like he's bowling quick enough. We can get some wood on it.
Yeah.
Let's try and score. I think, I mean, if it is Tristan Leese's day, he must take full advantage of it. Just keep asking the right questions.
Oh, bold.
Just like that.
Sliding one away. I love the way he's running in now. He's holding nothing back. Just feeling this is my time. Good rhythm and good pace. That's a great shot. That's a really fine off drive for 4 from JP King. that's interesting. The helmet has come on, and that must mean that we're going to see some spin, because Hannu Filyun is the wicketkeeper and he's putting the helmet on. And probably not before time. I know you spoke this morning about you don't want to release the stranglehold.
Not a bad idea. Lisa and Similani had a good partnership together. I would have maybe suggested, as soon as JP came to the wicket, put some spin on, just to see what would happen. Still early enough in his innings for Bryce Parsons to sort of create a stranglehold. Mid-off cover, deep point and a slip. Short 45, deep square, cow, mid-wicket and long on. Maybe it's to give Herman one.
Yes, there are wide open spaces for the captain of the Hollywoodbets Dolphins as he comes into the attack. Bowling to Jordan Herman. He's bowled quite a lot of overs this season. Many of them here at Kingsmead in toiling sessions for the Dolphins bowlers. There is the single to get Herman down the other end. Now let's see what they do for JP King. Players are moving in like the tide. Yep. So all of those boundary fielders bar one are now inside the invisible ring. We do have a man on the square leg boundary for the sweep. And King with a very good push and go.
We had middle for deep long off and no man's land, sort of halfway, three quarters. Do you feel that he should rather have been up? Tell JP King to hit you over the top?
Interesting to see that long on is not on the boundary. He's probably 15 metres in.
What bowled?
A little bit of turn there, I fancy. Just got it off the straight.
Short.
Too short. 4 runs.
Too short, a lot of width. Plenty space.
Takes Herman to 74. That's the last ball of the first over from Bryce Parsons. It went for 6. Now, who's going to bowl at the old fort end?
Our main strike bowler of the day.
He's going to carry on. Tristan Lees, 3 for 33 off 9. We're going to have 2 slips in a gully. Or are we? No, Slade van Staden. Okay, yep, they're just exchanging places. Van Staden's gone to gully.
Shot.
There'll be runs. not necessarily 4. They'll come back for 2. Certainly looked like a man in good form as JP King since he came in.
He's looked apart. Timing's been good. Shot selection's been very good.
It's a nice length. Just an update from around the country. Play started again at Newlands after a weather break. Western Province 59 for 1 against the Titans. Daniel Smith, the captain, is 36 not out. Van Heerden 12.
Oh,
That's gone straight through the gap for 4. Can't have fielders everywhere.
I think it was a little finer than you anticipated.
Mm-hmm. The other game that's important to who's going to play in the final is at the Wanderers, where the DP World Lions are 37 for 1. But if you think play has been slow there, they've already bowled out the Tuskers for 63 with national player Via Mulder taking 7 for 6. Top scorer for the Tuskers was Ntando Zuma, who made 13. Oh, turned him round, well bowled. Your mate Darren de Pavillon, they couldn't get him out, not out.
And you'll say to you again that he's a batter, a bowler that can bat.
So the Tuskers were bowled out in 22.5 overs for 63. There was a wicket each up top for Cody Yusuf and Luto Sipamla. Delano Pochita got a wicket as well. Via Mulder came on first change and bowled 6.5 overs, 3 maidens, 7 for 6. And I would imagine that is a career best. I can't imagine he's got another 7 for. We'll have to look him up. That's the end of Tristan Leese's over, 148 for 4.
The spinner's only seen 1 over. We have another change. Ethan Bosch coming into the attack.
Yeah, that is interesting, isn't it? I wonder whether Bryce, having bowled an over, just felt, nah. As you were saying earlier, let's not release the stranglehold. Not that there really is a stranglehold now. So Ethan Bosch bowling the Jordan Herman on 74. Bosch into his 11th over, none for 30. So I can confirm that is a career best for Via Mulder. Previous best bowling was 7 for 25. So 7 for 6 today.
It's going to be quite hard to beat.
He's in his 94th first class match now, Via Mulder. It's amazing how he's found himself in the last 3 seasons, from kind of coasting along and not quite being the player that everybody always hoped he would be. I'd say he's there now. That should be a couple of runs through square leg.
Brings up to 150 for the Warriors.
Coming up in the 49th over. So they've managed to get out of the doldrums. They were going along at under 2 and over this morning. They're now over 3 and over. And that's what they need to get full batting points in this game. Of course, the other possibility, VVJ, is that Bryce Parsons just felt, I'm on at the wrong end. Let me go and have a bowl at the old fort end. Or maybe give Semel Pillay a little twirl, also a slow left armour.
Will be interesting to see, because Tristan Lewis has gone off the field. So
That's a good shot.
shot.
Beautifully played. Just a flick with the bottom hand for 4. And Herman goes into the 80s.
Great career shot. Flick through that mid-on area.
Just watching Chapang Detole underneath us fielding the ball. He doesn't look in fine fettle. I wonder whether he's turned an ankle. Oh, top edge, and he gets away with it. That's been a very rare miss stroke from Jordan Herman today.
Yeah.
He's pretty much been in control of everything, but not that one. But when it's your day, it's your day. That is another boundary. 84 now, 158 for 4. Now, as you say, Tristan Lewis is off the field. So there will be a bowling change at the old fort end. We're just waiting to see who's coming on.
Looks like Kush there.
Yep, quite right. Well today without too much luck, Kushkale. 9 overs for 16 runs. Took the new ball with Ethan Bosch. And it certainly swung, but they're going to have to wait for reverse swing to see that again, I fancy. I suppose we're not far away from the period when we might see the ball have a bit of a tail on it, if the Dolphins have been working well. An interesting field now.
Oh,
Nearly snuck one through. That field will change for Jordan Herman, but we had 3 catches behind the stumps, all standing at about the same distance, but with more than a fielder between each of them. We'll see what happens.
so we used to do it even when I played, is to try and cover as much grass as possible. So you leave a bit of room for flair if anything does come.
There we go, we've got the same for the left-hander now. So we've probably got a second slip, a third slip and a fourth slip. Right, third slip moving closer to gully.
Oh,
Nice bit of movement after the stumps there. That would suggest that maybe there's a little bit of reverse available out there. Yeah, it's very odd the way that they are positioned now. Sleiphenstaden is probably a man wider than first slip. And then there's a big gap between him and Ethan Bosch at the first gully, and the second gully is Andile Similane. So they've obviously chatted about this.
yeah, it almost looks like 2-4-6. But I would like to see well, if you want to call them 4th and 6th slip, move a little bit more squarer. Almost go into that two gully scenario, just to cover that slash.
Kushkele's putting a good line for this field, putting his back into it.
Oh,
Didn't look out, did it?
no.
Full shot, but no more than that. 159 for 4, and that is 50 overs bowled. 48 remaining in the day. Looks like Ethan Bosch is going to carry on at the Umgani end. Umgani end, of course, will be busy in a couple of weeks' time with the finish of the doozy. It's the 75th edition of the doozy. We mentioned Gary Player earlier, so we'll mention Ian Player now, the first man to complete the doozy. It was his idea, straight after the Second World War. Great man of conservation in South Africa for many, many years.
Lovely race that is. Finish on the bottom of Blue Lagoon.
Hopefully not underneath it.
I really hope not.
Oh, just a hint maybe there. Andy Burkitt, by the way, is going for the all-time record this year. He's got 15 doozies to his name, which is the same number as the late great Graham Pope Ellis, And his favourite again this year is Andy Burkett. So if he wins, that'll be him on his own with 16 wins.
About that number is insane. Wow.
And he's only 35. 15 wins at 35. How about that?
That is mind blowing. Expecting it to say, for you to say like a 45, 50-year-old.
And his wife Nikki, she's among the favourites for the ladies' competition. Andy Burkett's a Maritzburg College old boy, but lives with his wife in East London these days.
Some nice rivers down there to paddle in.
The fish. Of old. I suspect that this ball is just getting off the straight now with a bit of reverse, and the batters are having to watch it with an eagle eye. You can see the fielding side feverishly working on one side of the ball.
Good into the over.
That's a maiden. 12 overs for 40 now, Ethan Bosch. 159 for 4. And just a sniff of a chance for the Dolphins here, with a bit of reverse starting to show itself. Interesting to see, talking about reverse swing, that Duan Olafir is not playing for the Warriors in this game. He's their reverse swing king, and he's got 23 wickets at 17 and a half this year in first class cricket, and has been leading the attack, but he's not playing in this game. I guess his straight replacement is Gideon Peters.
Yeah. Be almost a like for like. I haven't seen too much of Gideon Peters except for in the SA20.
Partnership with 23 now. No, my maths lets me down again. 33.
Well bowled again.
That was when Kashile was strangled down the leg side by Tristan Luce. It's the only wicket to fall since lunch. And the Dolphins are staring down the barrel of a very long final session under an unforgiving sun here at Hollywoodbets Kingsmead.
Well, those white puffy clouds on our right are staying very far away from the sunlight. Oh my word, that would have been exactly what the doctor ordered.
just followed him a little bit. So it hasn't been a blemish-free innings from Jordan Herman, but he has set out his stall to back time. You can see that.
Just looking at the over rate, the Dolphins need to hurry up a little bit. Don't want to be done for slow over rate or lose overs in the game. Should try and keep that in mind. Because the Warriors will be on another page with they can take their time and not do much.
It is a scenario. We've only had one over of spin today. I can't imagine we're going to have too many more. And you've got 5 seamers who all take a pretty long run. That's a maiden over from Kushkele. He's asked good questions of all the batters.
That's an amazing stat, that 11 overs bowled, 5 maidens. That's what you want from one of your top class seamers?
Yeah, he'd like to see something in the wickets column, but at the moment he's keeping the stranglehold on. Ethan Bosch is going to continue. He's into his 13th over now. Previous over, there was just a hint of reverse.
It's almost where you need a catching cover and a catching mid wicket. And then try and swing it both ways. Try and put the bat under pressure.
Fairly casual from Ethan Bosch, just got in the way.
Ditole again pulling up, now hobbling.
Yeah, I'm sure he's done an ankle and he's not coming off the field. And of course he's a very important player at the top of the order for the Dolphins. Oh, beautifully played. Just the single, but in full control of that shot.
We'll try and get a few wickets before the tea break.
A lot of discussion about how they're going to bowl at Herman now. We've got men on the boundary square on both sides of the wicket, plus a long leg. And we've got a second slip and a gully. And we've got a man around the corner, kind of a leg gully.
It's about the third time Jordan Herman's done that to Ethan Bosch.
Would you say he's close enough to be a leg gully?
Yeah, I'll give it to...
Sort of betwixt and between.
Almost between.
And that's what he's there for.
Oh my word.
Brilliant field placing. can't fault it.
Lucky field placing. I think if he has to connect one, that's shooting past Kaya Zondo straight to the boundary.
Oh, it's a wide. Ooh, you don't see that very often in first class cricket. A bouncer given as a wide. Might have been the old setup for the 2-card trick. Next one will be very full.
He's only bought one, so I'd probably bought another one. Maybe not expecting it. Yeah,
You were right.
go.
Oh, not out. Bosch is absolutely adamant that it is out, but I had a good look live and it felt to me as if he'd got the bat down. We can have a look at the replay here. Where does it? Yeah, you see? You think that's out, do you?
I think that's
Oh,
out.
whoa.
I think that's out. We need TMO for that. CSA, we need to bring TMO into 4-day cricket. You're probably right. It's probably in, but I think it's very, very
Close.
close. Very, very close. Umpire Babs having enough doubt not to give it out.
Now that did go. They're going to pick up a couple of runs here. Totole looked fairly comfortable chasing it that time.
And now the hobble starts walking.
Maybe he's okay when he's sprinting, but
Not when he's walking.
not when he's walking. Now, by my reckoning, that's the third bounce for the over, isn't it? Isn't that a no ball?
I was just having a look at the square leg umpire and he went like that, so maybe just below. Well, yeah. Otherwise, it's definitely a no ball. Only a lot of ball 2.
So Ethan Bosch is bending his back here. End of the over. Might be the last we see of Bosch for a little while. 13 overs for 45.
Making an escape to final leg or straight off the field. So I think tea's in 7 minutes.
Yep, looks like he's going for an early brew.
Back in the day, that was normally a castle lager, wasn't it?
That was your favourite, was it?
Yeah.
You know the Winter Olympics is on at the moment. So I read something on X yesterday, talking of early brews, of a chap, I think he was a Norwegian, competing in one of the events, and he was so nervous that he settled himself with 2 beers before he went out. And he became the first person in athletics history to be eliminated for stimulants, because the alcohol showed up in his system as a banned stimulant. Good shot.
Oh, great shot. What was he drinking?
Just beer.
It's not a banned substance.
Well, apparently when they first started it, it showed up as a stimulant, and therefore the poor chap was banned, and so was his whole team.
Shame. Well, that's what you'd say, someone being unlucky.
See, beer can get you into trouble, ladies and gentlemen. Be careful how you use it.
Oh, well bowled. Well bowled.
Just thinking that previous extra cover drive from JP King might be the first boundary off Kush Kelly today.
Correct. But also, you missed the antics. As Ethan Bosch wanted to go off the field, his captain said to no, stay, because it's nearly tea. You need to bowl one more over.
Well, we discussed who won the first session and came out with probably it was even, with 3 wickets down and 80 on the board. But there's no question who's won the second session. The Warriors losing just the 1 wicket along the way, 168 for 4. And things are starting to look a little ominous for the Dolphins. It's about this time, if Kesh Maharaj was in the side, that he would be turning his arm over for a long, long spell. But he's not here.
I think he would have been on about
A long time ago.
18 overs ago.
Yeah.
Maybe even more. That's well bowled from Shelley again. 12 done, not for 21. Now Ethan Bosch is allowed to leave the field. Yes.
Yep, he's going upstairs for a cup of Rosie Lee. And last over before tea
Will be bowled by the captain, I presume.
just seeing whether the wicket keeper you got it right. Bryce Parsons bowled 1 over. Now going to bowl his second as the last over before tea. Hanno Fullion has got the helmet on. Dolphins will be hoping that they can strangle a wicket here. Slip in place. Only 2 genuine boundary riders, 2 men who are well in from the boundary at long on and deep backward square.
Don't think he'll be brave enough to go over the top.
Well, I wonder whether this might be a sign of things to come. We've got 26 overs to the second new ball. Maybe Parsons and Semel Pillay will be turning over their arms in the final session.
I think it's not a bad idea.
Not least to get the over rate back up to acceptable standards.
Because looking at that scoreboard, they at least, I'd say 12, 16 minutes behind. Should be getting to about 38, 39 overs left at tea time.
Yeah, we're looking down the barrel of 43 overs to be bowled in the final session. That's a long session of play.
And that is tea time.
Tea comes at 169 for 4. It was 80 for 3 at lunch, with Jordan Herman on 43 at that stage. He's now 87 not out of 144 balls. JP King has come in form and looked in form. 21 off 35. Couple of full strokes along the way, but generally speaking, the Warriors, who lead the log in the 4-day competition, are looking good. At 169 for 4, we'll have a break. See you after tea. Welcome back to Hollywoodbets Kingsmead. It is the final session of the first day of this 4-day CSA game between the Hollywoodbets Dolphins and the Dafabet Warriors. Warriors top of the log with 1 foot in a home final. There's still a lot of cricket to be played, not least in this game, but 3 other games going on as well. I'll bring you up to date with the scores from those. Jordan Herman is going to be facing the first ball after lunch. He's going to be facing Unkabani Mokoena. Herman is 87 not out. Alongside him is JP King, who looked very impressive on 21, and these two have put together a good partnership of 43. So Unkabani Mokoena has bowled like the wind today, 10 overs, 1 for 29, and here he comes, bowling to Jordan Herman, and he starts off with 1 down to long leg. Alongside me, the CEO of the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, Mr. Heinrich Stradum. Welcome, Heinrich. You've been on your travels since I saw you last. Been all over the place.
Yeah, good afternoon, Andy. It's been a bit of traveling, but no, happy to be back and happy to be watching a home 4-day match. It's obviously a little bit less helter-skelter than the SA20, but yeah, I think the SA20 was a wonderful tournament, and obviously getting back into the 4-day series, last match before the final, and hopefully we can still reach that. It's going to be a tough ask, but there's still a mathematical chance.
Yeah, there is, and interestingly, of course, the Dolphins won the toss this morning and opted to bowl first. You would have been part of those discussions. Was there some sort of thought that there might be more help than we've seen?
Yeah, I think obviously, Andy, I'm not too closely involved with those types of decisions. I leave it to the team. But yeah, I asked them afterwards why and what was the thinking, and I think we were probably hopeful that there would be a bit of movement, a little bit more movement in the wicket. 1 or 2 close, sort of. I mean, the one run out at the bowler's end. If you really slow it down a bit,
that's 4 runs down the third man. Yeah, you're talking about JP King, who's just played that shot down the third man, who was, according to what we can see on a freeze frame replay, he was definitely run out at the non-striker's end, but the umpire is the sole judge of fact, and he, in that frame, you can clearly see him looking, and he made the decision at the time. There is no TMO in CSA 4-day cricket, and to the great credit of the Dolphins, they didn't make a big song and dance about it, but it of course is a very significant moment in this match with the score at 174 for 4. Now let's hope that's not as bad as it looks. And Unkabani Mokoena running into bowl and suddenly stopped. Is that a bit of cramp?
Hopefully it's just a little bit too much tea or something. Yeah, so I mean also, like I referred to that, it's those 50-50 decisions that can just go either way, and then maybe they 180 for 6 all of a sudden. So yeah, I mean, again, credit to the I think, again, credit to the umpires as well. They just do as they see it, and again, that was a very, very tight decision to if they gave it out as well. So yeah, no hard feelings, but obviously those 50-50 ones can play a bit of make an impact on a game like this.
Well, we're talking about the fact that we don't have the technology in the 4-day game that we do in Test cricket and in 1-day cricket. And you mentioned the SA20. I mean, it must have really done your heart good as a CEO to see this ground full multiple times. That's a good shot. Oh, Herman moves into the 90s with that straight drive for 4.
Yeah, Herman has really looked impressive today again. Wonderful batter, and I think he's just shown his class again. With authority, those straight drives, he's hit quite a few of them today, and when he gets hold of them, he certainly gets hold of them.
Yeah,
but yeah, getting back to the SA20, I think another wonderful tournament that was played. Crowds were very good, and I think also during the festive period, you just see the excitement and a lot of different people you actually only realise how many people from Joburg and Potch and my old hunting grounds are actually coming down to the coast during the December
Your phone
period.
starts pinging.
Yes, yeah, and then everybody reminds you.
Can I have a ticket?
Yeah, so you actually realise how many people still come on holiday during that period. So, yeah, it was wonderful to see the big crowds and the vibes, and I think the cricket was of excellent standard as well. So
Great for you to test the new facilities. Your brand new LED lights, your brand new high vision scoreboard, and all of that in place now and working ahead of the World Cup next year.
Yeah, so it was brilliant to see, and I think there's a few headaches that we've removed over the years on things that can go wrong on match day. So yeah, it was great to see the LED floodlights, the light show they did during the innings breaks, etc. It was spectacular. So yeah, I think we're heading the right direction, and very excited about hosting the World Cup in September, October 27.
Bryce Parsons opening up against JP King. There's one thing that might bring this innings short. It could be a run out. Not sure that these two are on the same WhatsApp group. King's on 25 off 39 deliveries. It's well bowled, and just looking at the makeup of the Dolphins side, 5 right arm seamers and a couple of slow left armers who, oops a daisy, that's a glorious stroke, and that has gone all the way up to the old scoreboard.
Yeah, that looked very easy actually, very impressive shot. I think especially with Brunel and Subrian injured, I think the decision was to go with the left arm spin of Bryce, and then obviously with the seam attack. It's certainly also been a bit tough. Otniel Bartman has returned with injury from the SA20 tournament. Marcus Ackerman got injured during the SA20 tournament, so we're missing a few of our main players. And then obviously, and very excited about the start of our World Cup campaign this afternoon. But again, there's about 4 of our players involved there as well. So certainly not our strongest team, but again, it's good opportunities. I think we've got an exciting young bowling attack as well, with 3 young seamers as well in there. So again, it would be a hard toil for them, but certainly some good lessons for them to learn, and hopefully one of them can stand up and be counted.
Yeah, and this is where you learn the game. It's been fantastic to see the way that Tristan Lees and Unkabani Mokoena have bent their backs in a circumstance where it would be easy to say, well, there's nothing in this pitch for me, but they bent their backs. Lees has picked up 3, Mokoena 1, and they've been the difference. They're keeping the Dolphins in the game. That's the end of the over, 185 for 4. And as you mentioned, you're missing 4 players to the national side playing Canada. That game starts at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Kesh Maharaj, I think, would have already bowled quite a number of overs on this by now. And it's lovely from your perspective, though, to see Jason Smith being recognised.
Yeah, I think Jason, he's had a wonderful few seasons with us actually, and then I think that one innings he played at Centurion against the Titans, probably the one
spectacular, wasn't it? And that's what got him in the side.
I think that was probably a big. He laid down a marker there to show what he can actually do, and it was a pressure knock, and he just went guns blazing, and and then he also had a decent SA20. I think they sometimes batted him at a probably too late down the order at maybe 1 or 2 times for Mumbai Cape Town, but I think he's certainly shown he's got a lot of potential, and he's finished off a game or 2 for us. So hopefully him, David Miller, Stubbs, they can actually do it during this World Cup. And yeah, you never know. I think the SA20 might have been the perfect sort of
launch pad
for
shots,
for something spectacular. Herman is certainly, again, looking at that cover drive there. He certainly looked the part today, and he's probably one for the future.
Well, you can see why they're talking about him, can't you? He's on the verge of what will be his 3rd first-class century of the season. Interestingly, he's actually only averaging in the mid-30s because he's got 200s and nothing else. And this looks like the third 100 coming. I don't want to talk him out, but he really has batted well. That's the bouncer from McQuenna, so he's obviously feeling a lot better after pulling up in his last over. And you can just see how well organised he is. We've been talking about how well he drops the ball and runs. He leaves the ball well, and then the percentage of boundaries that he hits in his total means he hits the bad ball.
Yeah, he certainly waits for it. I think he plays it nice and late, and then he's very good on the short ball. And then if anything overpitched, he'll just treat it with absolute disdain. And even that one a little bit short of a length. That was again quite a lovely shot and good timing. So yeah, I think even if you look at the SAA, what he's done on SAA level, he's been very impressive. Following, I think we had a tour to India as well, and he really did well, along with Marcus Ackerman, who's from here as well, who's his captain in that team. So there's a few players in that SAA setup who's really knocking down the door to actually get a test spot. Obviously our test team has done really well, but I think at least there's a nice group of youngsters that's ready, I think, for an opportunity in that, let's say, middle order. I think there's been some good performances on all these SAA tours. So yeah, I think it's looking healthy from that sort of perspective.
And one of the things that other countries always talk about is the production line of fast bowlers that come out of South Africa. And there's another one right here. And just now somebody's going to knock on your door and say, here's a lot of money, can we have him?
Yeah,
here's a chance.
Yeah, close. Yeah, we've certainly had a few knocks on the door already. I think we pride ourselves in the amount of youngsters we actually produce. Our development program has really done well over many years now, and we've got a proud history of actually producing the next generation of players. If you look at McQuenna, Simelane, Bayanda Majola, who's just returned from the World Cup. Unfortunately, he's injured from the SA Under-19 World Cup.
He's the DHS boy,
yes,
Majola.
Yes, and then Bandile Mbata. So there's quite a nice list of players coming through, and then obviously still in school you've got the likes of Josh van Biljon, Ismail Umar. So some nice players coming up through the ranks, and then a few in our academy currently that we really feel we can walk a journey with. So exciting times for the Dolphins, and hopefully as the Hollywoodbets Dolphins franchise we can continue to produce these players. But like you mentioned, the more you produce, the more the knocks come, and yeah, you have to keep those guys at bay a little bit.
And talking about the schools, of course, you've got the Clifton T20 this week. I think Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, it's shown to be a quality tournament. I think it started 2 seasons ago, or if I'm not
a little bit more than that.
But they've certainly put in a lot of effort. In the last 2 seasons, it's grown quite a lot. I went past last season as well, and you could see the quality of the youngsters coming through, and all the different teams from all over the country. They really enjoyed it, and hopefully there'll be another good tournament, good weather. And yeah, you'll be commentating there.
I'll be doing the final on Sunday at Crusaders.
Okay, nice.
I think we'll be doing one of the semis, or maybe we're going to do both of the semis and the final. That'll be on Supersport Schools, so if you've got the Supersport Schools app, you can watch it on that, or it'll be on channel 216. You, of course, are watching us on Pitch Vision. Thank you for joining us. Always available on YouTube. And you know what's so great about YouTube is it's there forever. So if I want to watch something that I know has been on Pitch Vision, I can just go to YouTube, put in the fixture, and there it is. And so I had a chance to watch young Nkabani McQuenna's innings last week, where he scored 72 and rebuilt the innings with Ethan Bosch. And he played some good shots. He played a few swishes, which you would expect. But isn't it great? Not only have you got the hottest young quick bowler in the country, but he can bat as well.
Yeah, I think I was actually fortunate to be in Potch last week. Back in my old hometown, my parents still lived there, so it was actually nice to pop in to the stadium where I worked for 8 years as well. Unfortunately, the first 2 days, bright sun, but unfortunately weather or rain filtered through the covers in the evening, so we lost the first 2 days, but certainly a good fight back from Mokoena and Ethan Bosch to get us to a decent total. And yeah, unfortunate that we lost 2 days, but I think that could have been a good game. But yeah, and Kombani, he's certainly shown that he can bat as well. He had over the last season, I think he's been exposed to so many different challenges, and he's actually stood up well. We had that Metro T10 Cup, if you recall, when he bowled the last over, defending I think less than 10 runs, and then he also had to score the winning runs in another game. So he certainly
in the air. This should be out. It is out, and that is the end of Jordan Herman. He hasn't managed to get to his third century of the season. He's gone for 94, and that is a second wicket for the man that we've just been talking about, Nkabani Mokoena, and he's really given everything. He's now got 2 for 39 at the beginning of his 13th over. Jordan Herman is desolate. 157 balls, 15 fours for his 94, and how well he played.
Yeah, unbelievable knock. He certainly deserved that century, but I think good reward for Mokoena, who's been storming in the whole day. Yeah, well, 187 for 5 now, and
doesn't that say so much about quick bowling, that it's a generally blameless pitch? All 5 wickets have fallen to 2 young lads who are bending their backs and really giving their all to try and keep the Dolphins in this game. And every time we start talking them out of it, a wicket falls and they've got a chance now. But here's a moment. We've just been talking about the Clifton T20. Well, here's a young man walking to the wicket who went to school at Clifton. None other than Saniran Mutasamy, who played so many seasons for the Dolphins franchise. He comes down at 187 for 5, and he is in the form of his life, both with bat and ball, Heinrich. What do you think has changed? Why has he taken that step up?
That's not the greatest thing to hear from a Dolphins point of view, if he says in the form of his life. No, I think Seni he's been a magnificent cricketer over many years. He's been solid. He's been contributing with bat and ball, and I think before a few years ago, we also had a chat, and I actually said to him, I think one day you can maybe fulfill a Dumini role. I think you can certainly bat top 6, maybe even 5, and do your job with the ball. So I think he's certainly shown that potential. He's done exceptionally well for the Proteas in the matches that he's played. I just think he's just kept growing over the years, and he's certainly a mature professional cricketer now. So hopefully the young up and coming Protea can get him out before he gets to show that form that he's in.
Yeah, well, he's 31 now, and he knows his game. That's the big difference. 8 test matches, and he's averaging 55 with the bat, 24 with the ball. I mean, that's the stuff of legends. Here comes Mokoena to bowl to Mutasamy. Oh, that's beautifully played. Straight into line, onto the front dog. Good cricket.
Yeah, I think Sen's first wicket, if I'm not mistaken, in international cricket was actually Virat Kohli as well. So that's not the worst start to have. So he's certainly a special player, and I think again it's one of those players that we're proud of. The role that this proud Hollywoodbets Dolphins franchise has played in ensuring that we keep adding value to the national footprint and what we want to achieve from a national level.
Edged! Oh, it didn't carry to Bosch at first slip. What a spell this is from Mokoena. Drawing the full shot, and that ball just dying in front of second slip Ethan Bosch. Has been a little bit too paced, if I'm going to be critical. The odd ball has flown, the odd ball has squatted.
Yeah, I think in general it's probably been a bit slower than we would have hoped for, but certainly a little bit of movement here and there, and if you if you're not on top of your game. But yeah, that would have been a lovely wicket if it carried to second slip there.
Noticeable that Bosch has moved a pace forward after that. I mentioned the other games going on. I don't know whether you know this, Heinrich, but the Tuskers
Yeah, I saw.
bowled out for 63 with Vian Mulder taking 7 for 6. That's a career best for the Protea, and in reply the Lions are 101 for 1.
Yeah, I actually saw the Tuskers won the toss, so
Oh goodness me, I wasn't aware of that.
yeah, that I don't know. They must have seen something in that wicket that wasn't there.
Well, the game at Newlands, Western Province playing against your old one of your old sides, the Titans, 123 for 3. That was a delayed start. There was a bit of weather around, and then the Dragons, 71 without loss, also a delayed start against Bourland. So all of those games have relevance to this game, because we still don't know who's going to play in the final next week.
Yeah, I've done some calculations of what needs to happen. Obviously, that Lions match, from a Dolphins point of view, it's not ideal if they get full points there, because they will then, I don't think we'll be able to catch them, and then obviously means that we will have to beat the Warriors to have a chance of actually reaching that final. So yeah, still a few teams in the mix, and it's been a closely contested series actually. I think the one thing that I have to say from a tournament perspective is that final 4-day match before we go into SA20, and the one as you get back from SA20, it's probably not ideal from a scheduling point of view, and something that we probably have to figure out. I just think from a bowling load point of view, especially for the fast bowlers, playing 4-day cricket, going into T20, intense T20 competitions, and then straight into 4-day cricket is probably not ideal. So maybe there's a way of just sort of figuring that out a bit better.
And finishing the season with 50 over cricket.
Yeah, so yeah, just to figure out, do we ease in it from a T20 point of view back into 50 over cricket and then into 4-day cricket, or how do we actually progress it so that we give up, especially I think the fast bowlers, the ideal opportunity to be ready for the different formats as well, and without risking any injuries as well.
Interesting with the fall of the wicket that the Dolphins have maintained the slow left armour instead of rushing back one of the quicks. Mutasamy finds the gap. That'll be 4. Lovely stroke from him to get off the mark.
Yeah, those wrists just come into play whenever Sen's batting, and you could see that one just angling it into that gap.
I think I'm right in saying when he was at school he didn't bowl very much at all, and that he started bowling in the nets here and then just got better and better.
Okay, that's, yeah, I'm not exactly sure about that one, but yeah, he certainly, from a batting point of view, you can see wherever he plays, he's just got those wrists, and he hits the ball in some awkward spaces. I think if you're a opposing
hard to
captain,
set a field to.
Yeah, I think he's got a way of finding gaps in strange places, not your traditional sort of areas. And he knows his game so well now, so he's managed it accordingly as well.
Oh, this game is right at the crossroads now. 192 for 5. If they can get Mutasamy out, they've got a chance still to bowl the Warriors out for a sensible score. And
yeah, what score, if I may ask, what score do you think would be a par score in the first innings?
From this pitch, I think that the batting side would be disappointed if they were dismissed below 350. But I think winning the toss and choosing the bowl, you're throwing the dice there, and you say we're going to bowl you out for 250 or less. It's still possible, but it's unlikely. Now, Heinrich, I know you're a busy man, and you've got a meeting coming up. Are you good to go?
Yeah, I've still got a few minutes.
It's a pleasure talking to you, sir, and finding out a little bit more about the machinations of Cricket South Africa and the game in this country. And we've been talking about the shape of the season. Of course, one of the shapes that has gone wrong this season is the Proteas not playing a Test series at home over the Christmas New Year period. And I fervently hope that should never happen again.
Yeah, I think for all of us, I think it's critical that we have that home content. I think a lot of fans have spoken up. So yeah, I know with the World Cup this season, everything had to move a little bit earlier, and I think that's where the SA20 moved in. And I think again, if you think World Cup wise, SA20 being played just before the World Cup, it's probably been ideal from a preparation point of view.
Yeah.
I do think this upcoming season is going to be a blockbuster, so hopefully the fixtures will be released soon and we will all know who's hosting
There's
what.
my next question. So England are coming on, is it a 3-test tour? Or is it a 4-test tour?
Yeah, we're still waiting for confirmation on, and obviously Australia will also be...
Is Kingsmead in the mix for a test?
Yes, I think we're definitely in the mix. I think Australia and England will be coming, so hopefully some good content for all the main stadiums. And yeah, I think just to get that vibes back again from an international point of view at all these incredible stadiums. From a Hollywoodbets Kingsmead point of view, we've proud ourselves again in terms of hosting internationals and lifting our service delivery to all our fans, to all the players and all the different stakeholders. Suite holders, hospitality, all those types of elements come into play. A lot of suite holders are extremely excited about World Cup 27, but you also want that build up and build that momentum over the next year or so, getting into that World Cup. We've got some nice ideas as well. We're working on a new indoor facility and new outdoor training nets. So there's some big projects that we're continuing with, and hopefully all those things will come into play and make sure that we host the best World Cup that there's been.
Slapped away, should only be one. Well, I should just say from a personal point of view, Heinrich, thank you very much for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins getting behind this pitch vision commentary, and it's an absolute pleasure for me to be here. This is my comfort food, 4-day cricket. This is the first time that I saw first class cricket was at Bath, my hometown, when Somerset played the Australians in 1977. And I knew from the first hour that I wanted to be around first class cricket all my life. And so it's an absolute delight for me to be here and chatting about the great game.
So it's 50 not out, or almost 50 not out from 1977.
Oh, there you are, yeah.
Oh, well, you can lift your bat next year.
Oh, I remember so much about that game. Ian Botham played, Viv Richards played, Joel Garner. And one of the chaps that we're hearing on commentary in Australia now, Kerry O'Keefe, he bowled leg spin on that tour for Australia. I remember Botham hitting him for 4 fours in an over. And Bath's a lovely ground, you know, it's a park pitch. Well bowled. He's moving the ball, isn't he? McKenna, 193 for 5. That might be the last we see of him for a little while, but that's a very impressive spell that he's bowled there. He's picked up a wicket. He's got 2 for 40 now.
Yeah, I think the other thing for me, having watched quite a few 4-day games now at Hollywoodbets Kingsmead, is also if you can get that run rate to about 2.8, 2.9, it just brings that added little pressure, and sometimes that's where you get your wickets. If they go 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, it's almost like it's too easy for the batters and they just keep going. So again, if you can somehow bowl a few maidens or get a few overs that go for less than 3 and you get that run rate to about 2.8, I've also seen that can bring 1 or 2 wickets, and I think if we can get to that, maybe that's another target for us. If you're not taking wickets, to also keep that run rate as low as possible.
One thing that the Dolphins will have to worry about, though, is their run rate. We've still got 36 overs remaining today. So this game is going to finish well after 5 o'clock today, I would imagine. And they'll just have to think about increasing the run rate. That's, or rather the over rate. It will help, of course, with Bryce Parsons in the attack.
Yeah, I think it's also not ideal having the seamers operate most of the day. If you think about it, the seamers have bowled 57 of those overs, so it's quite a lot of overs from seamers on a hot summer's day in Durban.
Reverse sweep is a good one. Oh, a fantastic shot down the castle corner for 4. That's how to reverse sweep.
Yeah, so once again, that's probably one of Sen's stronger suits, where again he just finds those gaps, playing a few unorthodox shots in between.
He's scoring exclusively in boundaries at the moment, Mutasamy. This time it's just a single. Down to the old pavilion. Bit of a change in the field for the right-handed JP King, who's 34 off 54. Too short. That's an easy run up to deep mid-on. Wonder whether Bryce Parsons might give himself a little spell. 200 it comes up in the 63rd over. Wonder whether he might just chance the arm of Semel Pillay at some stage.
Yeah, maybe not a bad option for something a little different. I've just seen Canada has won the toss and they've decided to bowl.
Thank you for that.
So that game will start at 3:30 South African time.
And an important game for, well, they're all important, but an important game for South Africa to set out their stall, to put together the sort of performance that will solidify their tilt. Because they're certainly one of the teams in with a chance of winning this tournament.
Yeah, it will be interesting. We've never played Canada in a cricket game, so I think it will be that would be quite.
No, that's not true. That's not true. We played Canada in 2003.
We've never played them in a T20.
That's right. So I was at the ground when we played them in 2003.
Okay.
At what was then Port Elizabeth.
Okay.
And I can remember the great Alan Donald at the twilight of his career being smashed by the Canadian top order, and I had a tear in my eye. I was thinking, 5 years ago they wouldn't have done that to you, AD. But, they got on the front foot and gave him a clatter. Davison, yeah, that's right, Davison, he was the guy.
Yeah, so I won't throw out too many stats and things here while I'm sitting next to Andy and even Vaughan. They just too beefed up with all their stats and their knowledge around the game.
Whoa, what was that? Tristan Lease back in the attack, and that looked like it pitched almost off the cut surface past the stumps. You all right, Heinrich?
Yeah, I'm good. My meeting is 20 minutes late.
Ah, splendid. Right, then Vaughan's going to come in and have a chat with you. I will step out of the way. Ask him anything you like, Vaughan. He's in communication mode.
Well, I'd appreciate a wicket or two.
We can organise that. Afternoon, boss man.
Afternoon, Vaughanie. Hope you're well.
Always good seeing you, yeah? Surprised you're not wearing your Hollywoodbets Dolphin shirt. You had a few meetings today by the looks of it.
Yeah, it's been a meeting kind of day. Monday, and Monday's never my favourite day, but at least it's nice when you can come to work and you actually have a game of cricket taking place. So it's a nice view for the whole day. So you have your meetings in between and you make sure you've got the got the cricket in the background.
Fantastic.
Yeah, Bonnie, so Andy said about 350 thinks is par for this pitch. I don't know, with your history and knowledge of this, what do you think?
Well, the nice thing is we've taken a couple of wickets off the tee, so hopefully, holding fingers and toes. Oh, well bowled again. Just at least targeting that off stump. Well left from Muthusamy. Yeah, it's at a crossroads, H. If you look at a 201 for 5, you almost think that another wicket here and that 350 turns into a 300 and then another wicket a little bit less. But the nice thing is, well, not the nice thing, but the thing is probably here with these two batters now, you've almost got to stem the run flow. Try and keep the boundaries out. So it glanced all the way down to the deep square boundary, recovered by Pillay. I mean, you've got somebody batting at the crease now that grew up here. I mean, ex-teammate of mine, ex-employee of yours, but he's played here, he knows the conditions, so it's almost a fact of just hunkering him down and keeping the runs away from him and starve him of strike, maybe get a wicket.
Yeah, I think just the discipline of keeping it in that keeping it in that corridor, like exactly like that. If you can do it more often than not, I think, and you build up a little bit of pressure with a few overs of those disciplined sort of lines and lengths that you bowl, then a wicket should follow. But yeah, it's going to be hard work.
Well, the nice thing is that new ball is coming soon. 26 overs.
16 overs.
Oh, my eyes are getting bad. 16 overs left. So, I mean, that's also another factor where you can literally let loose for however long the sun stays up, basically. So again, like that 3.2 run rate, you probably want to get down to about a 2.7, 2.6, just to put that added pressure on these two. But there's always a wicket or two late on at Kingsmead every single day.
Yeah, the weather forecast looks good for today, the rest of today, and for the rest of the week. So hopefully we'll get 4 full days of cricket in, and I think it can pan out to be a wonderful match.
It's heading that way, and hopefully it is. Almost want to try and keep the Warriors inside that 200, not to get to 300.
Yeah.
So you got 96 runs to play with. You have 5 wickets remaining, so it's almost that old additive where you want somebody to put their hand up and say, yeah, here I am. Tristan Lewis has done that already with 3 wickets. Maybe he gets a 5, I'm not too sure, but just need another seamer just to put their hands up and just try and get 2 or 3 quick wickets, especially maybe even with a new ball.
Yeah, and maybe Brycey picks up one. Yeah, that'll be a wonderful addition.
That'd be fantastic.
But yeah, like you said, I agree. If you can just keep that run rate down with a few decent overs in a row, where it goes for like 1, 2 and over, and then all of a sudden the run rate's less than 3, and then you know there's the wicket gonna come.
Shot. Good placement for one.
Yeah, again with the Sammy with those wrists, and he's just working it in that gap. So that's also something that a bowler needs to figure out.
And please tell me something. The upgrades and everything here at Kingsmead still going on track?
Yeah, all good. I think we've tested the lights now. We've tested the scoreboards. I think all of those elements have added a lot of value. We're now busy with the next step is we want to build a new indoor center.
Oh, lovely.
And new outdoor nets as well. So that's a project that hopefully we can commence, or hopefully will be done by next year April. So we're in the planning phases now. But yeah, it's certainly very exciting. And if we can add that, I think we've managed to tick another big box that we needed to sort out. I think it's all about, I think for us, for Hollywoodbets and for all our different partners, it's all about building a legacy that we will keep we will leave the game in a better space than what we found it. And I think that's something that that's been our vision for quite a while now, is to just keep adding value. And then another exciting project is actually the Lindelani Next Generation project, where we want to go and build a Astro field in Lindelani, to reward all those coaches for all the work they've put in there, but also basically acknowledge the success stories that's come from that area. Nonkululeko Mlaba is probably the biggest one from that region, and the way that she's gone up all the way to be the number 2 ranked bowler in the world in a white ball format. So it's quite exciting, and we think if we can zone in on that, we want to create this prototype that we can hopefully roll out to different township areas and hopefully then to different provinces as well.
Is that the same? It's almost like that or those rugby pitches up north in the UK and stuff. And I know Rustenburg are quite big into it. They've built 1 or 2 fields Astro wires, but I'm not too sure if it's the same thing or if yours is better.
Yeah, I think we actually got the idea from Gary Kirsten, to be honest. He's run with the project in Kailicha, and he took me there one day, and he actually took me around, and it's a full Astro field. So it's not, I mean, you're not going to play a professional game there, but it's perfect for, I mean, probably all the way from your mini cricket stages up to under 18. The one big thing about that is you don't need to cut the grass, you don't need to roll pitches, so you don't need all that equipment. Even from a rain point of view, you don't need covers and all those different elements. So it just removes a lot of the maintenance costs from it. Obviously you've got that big upfront investment, but then the maintenance is the one thing where you then save over the years. You can literally just go and play. You don't have to take 7 days to prepare a pitch. And the whole idea is then to link our coaching in with the hub as well. It's part of the ink. The ink hub will be based there, and the whole idea is then for that whole region to get together, do the talent identification processes, get the mass participation, get the talent identification processes, and then from there link them in directly into our mainstreams with our Dolphins age group teams, and then eventually into our academy and the Hollywoodbets Dolphins men and ladies teams.
Also, I was going to say, in between there is you're taking away the stigma. You know, I mean, you go to a hub or a less fortunate area. Oh, you need to prepare the pitch. You need to cover the pitch. You don't have this. You don't have that. I mean, now you just need two metal stumps, and you can literally put them on the floor and play. So you're almost taking that stigma away of what they were going through all those years before, where we don't have a cover, we don't have this, so we're missing out. We don't have a lawnmower, we don't have fertilizer to put grass. So it's a fantastic initiative. I think it's unbelievable.
Yeah, so I think that, I mean, on a normal weekend we probably have 100 fields in KZN operating, whether it's your Premier League men or ladies, your veterans, your Itiqueni Youth League. So we've got so many leagues happening. I mean, this weekend we probably had 100 fields operating all over the province, in the various districts as well. So it's such a vast province with so many activities taking place, and if we can start off by ensuring that we can make cricket accessible on a basis where you don't have to pitch up and play on facilities where you're going to get injured or hurt or whatever it might be. I think part of the whole initiative is we're also going to build an indoor center with 3 just with 3 basic lanes in there as well, so you can actually train after school, under lights, etc. But I think the whole thing is we've identified for those communities, the big thing is facilities, and facilities are lacking all over, especially in our townships. And then the second thing is the playing equipment, which we've now partnered with a lot of our schools, and the schools have been brilliant in the DSE kit initiative that we've had, where they've actually given kit, the kids basically donate all the kit that they've grown out of, or whatever the case might be, and we then distribute it to kids that can't afford it. And then I think thirdly is also the coaching element, where facilities, playing equipment, and then coaching are the main sort of items. And I think we've got about 7 coaches nearby that school, where we want to base this facility, who's come through our system. They've produced these players, and some of them are actually involved with our senior teams. Our Hollywoodbets Dolphins ladies assistant coach is Sandile. He's from that area, and he's done incredible work. So we're going to get those decent coaches in there, work with these kids, like I said, mass participation, and then identify the best of the best, and then link them up with our Hub Elite program, get into our Dolphins pipeline and age group teams, and then hopefully go through the ranks into our academy and ultimately represent the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. Yeah, so it's quite exciting.
It's very exciting news, that.
And again, we want to try and create a real prototype that can be rolled in into our different townships in KZN, but also, like I said, to different provinces all over the country.
Well, basically whoever needs it then.
Correct. But for now, I'd certainly just like to get a wicket. Yeah.
Well, just to let everybody know, the run rate has gone down from 3.2 to 3.1. So we're on the right track at the moment.
Yeah, so if we can get to that 2.9, 2.8, I think that's where we will get that wicket. Tristan has been storming in the whole day, so hopefully he can make something happen. And then just support from the other 4 bowlers that we've used so far.
100%. And Kingsmead itself, the field, busy?
Yeah, we've had.
I know you've got the 100 ball coming up for the high schools. You always host them.
Yeah, so we've got quite a few. Again, we've had quite a busy season. We obviously had stadium golf for the first time, which was a wonderful success. We had Anywhere in Your City. It's a concert that they actually put a dome over the square, which was quite impressive. But I was quite stressed about what the pitch would look like afterwards. But that came out quite nicely. We had a 10k Hollywoodbets 10k race. So we've had so many different events. The Sharks Dolphins T20 match. So we've had some wonderful different events taking place. And then from a cricketing point of view, obviously we had 6 SA20 matches the first time we hosted a qualifier, and that went really well. I think for a Wednesday evening at the end of Jan before payday, I think we had quite a wonderful crowd in. And then so obviously then SA20 into the 4-day series, and then March will be our 50 over competition. It's just probing there outside off, and then as we another exciting 2 months for us would be we're hosting Pakistan in the Black Day ODI for the ladies on the 1st of March. Then we've got the Pro Series for our domestic competition, Hollywoodbets Pro Series 50 overs and 20 overs. We'll be hosting both the finals for 50 overs and T20 at Hollywoodbets Kingsmead.
Oh,
I think it's the 15th and 17th of March. And then we've got 2 India ladies internationals as well in April. So we've got 5 big female matches coming up, which we're quite excited about, and hopefully we can actually make this the home for ladies cricket. I think we've started off in the right track, and we've certainly produced a lot of players that's representing South Africa currently. But yeah, hopefully we can make it also the home for ladies cricket.
Make it the house of pain.
Well,
but in cricket terms rather, not rugby.
Yeah, another good over. Only one from it, and certainly working on that, getting that run rate down.
It's end of Lewis's 13th over, 3 for 44. Really impressed with the way he's run in and bowled. Remember, I think it was after his first spell, his shoulders went down. Had to walk all the way to the boundary because the captain said he was done for that time. Nice to see that he wants to have the ball in his hand.
Yeah, I think that's probably the sign you want to see. You want to see a bowler that's disappointed when the captain says, "Sorry, you're done for now," and you want them to stick up their hand as well, eh? You can see Mokoena heading back to the field, but he hopefully didn't pick up.
His shoes are off, so he's either had a shower or seen the physio.
Yeah, it certainly looked like he pulled up in that one during his one sort of run up there, but hopefully it's nothing too serious.
Maybe just a bit of cramp with all this heat.
But yeah, the Warriors putting together quite a nice partnership again. And for the Dolphins, obviously they want to break this partnership as soon as possible.
That's good fielding.
Yeah, some good awareness in the field there.
But the nice thing is, they're not getting away from the Dolphins, which is lovely. So it's still up in the air. They're not getting too many boundaries or any loose balls to hit.
Yeah, you know, I've learned from my good friend Albertus Kennedy. He's quite a commentator now there in Oudtshoorn. So I've learned you have to be a bit more objective when you're actually sitting here. I sometimes still struggle
100%.
with that.
Mr. Kennedy is the man of Oudtshoorn.
Yeah.
Some would say the mayor of Oudtshoorn.
Yeah,
I know he'll be listening to us.
Yeah, he's evolved his career into being a commentator as well. But yeah, you can see 6 minutes to our first World Cup game, against Canada. So hopefully we can get off to a proper start.
Hopefully we can have the 300 game and finish with one of the small teams effectively. Few other big teams have had some close shaves.
Yeah, it's been exciting so far with you can see all those so-called minnows have stepped up, and they're certainly a lot closer to the main teams than they were a few years ago.
They're playing a good brand of cricket at the moment.
Yeah, Nepal.
I mean, England nearly suffered their first loss.
And in the USA with Al Shadley van Skalkberg there.
And Andries Koos opening the batting.
Yeah, so they certainly gave India a big scare there in the beginning, but then I think that innings from Surya Kumar Yadav was just again absolute world class, and he's probably going to be one of the main players for this World Cup. Hopefully when we play against them, we can just sort him out for once.
Yeah, he's been a thorn in our side for a long time. He's a very good player. Yeah, top 5 of the world.
Yeah, even that catch that heartbreaking catch that he took. Oh. But yeah, certainly exciting to see how the boys will go, and hopefully the SA20 would have been some real good a good warm up for what's to come.
Yeah, that tournament has flourished in its fourth year.
Yeah, season 4 already gone, eh? You can see Mutasamy just closing the face, trying to again hit it into that gap on the leg side. And you think if Lees can just keep it in that, just outside off, and if Sen keeps playing that shot, might just get through to hit that top of off.
I'm thinking, as a batter now, I mean, him coming around the wicket, he's either trying to bowl him or get him caught behind. See, that's beautiful, well bowled. Testing him outside that off stump, and then also just bringing it a little bit closer. Hopefully plays around one and gets LBW or bowled.
Yeah, it's all about who's going to be patient the longest, yeah.
100%.
Was patience one of your strengths, Vonnie?
No. The last 4 or 5 years probably got a bit better, but I don't think it was one of my traits. Definitely not one of them. Shot. Oh, that's full. Well fielded from the captain. Looks like he touched the rope, but not. Yeah, I was always a team player that played for the team, but sometimes never really listened to some other people.
There's some impressive fielding there from Bryce. It's very close to the boundary, but a very good stop, save 2 definite runs there.
Another fantastic over here from the youngster. Only 2 from it so far.
Yeah, so Vonnie, I'm gonna love you and leave you after this ball. It's been good chatting to you. Good to see you. Hopefully I can finish my stint with the wicket. Yeah. Should be a run out there.
We're looking for a run out.
Okay, no, Vonnie, thank you.
Thank you very much, H. Have a good day.
Thank you. Enjoy it.
Thank you, kind sir.
Thanks.
All good, Vonnie?
Very good, Andy. Some very good bowling from the young fast bowler from the old Fort Road end.
He's been head and shoulders above, hasn't he, really? We've praised Kush Kelly for his consistency. We've praised McQuena, who's picked up the other 2 wickets to 4. But I think, generally speaking, Lees has been the most impressive of the Dolphins bowlers today. I'm a little bit concerned about Bryce Parsons bowling this long spell here without looking terribly threatening. I understand we've bowled 70 overs now and he wants to keep people fresh for the second new ball. But that's the sort of thing that's going on now. That's a beautiful stroke from Sani Mutasamy.
I'm afraid that's what's going to happen, especially with all due respect to the captain and Bryce Parsons. You don't want to be too one-dimensional, especially 2 players that are in, because it's just going to take, like you just seen now, it's just going to take one where, oh, I can score, and then they go, and you've released a lot of pressure. Maybe a small play, or maybe a Kaya Zondo that used to rotate his arm, like just give somebody a chance if you want to protect your seamers.
Oh, in the air and very nearly holed out at mid-wicket. Don't know what happened there. Maybe it's clever batting because he wants to keep him on.
Not a bad idea.
I remember the great Javed Miandad had the ability, when fields had gone defensive, he'd start snicking them onto his pad to bring the field in.
That's very clever.
once they thought that the ball was doing a little bit, they put a silly point in and a short leg, and now there's some space, and bang. The master from Lahore. In the air, oh, safe. He's hit that straight between the two fielders who could have caught it on the onside. So Mutasamy is playing almost playing a shot to ball at the moment. But in doing that, he's taking his side into a really strong position. One more to finish the over.
Good shot from JP King.
King looks good, doesn't he? 41 not out now off 69 deliveries. Now, who's going to bowl at the old Fort End? Looks like Tristan Lees has finished his spell. And Andile Similani is coming into the attack. He's bowled today from the Umgani end, coming back now from the old Fort End. Can he work the trick? He's going to have to bowl 4 overs before the second new ball is available. 4 overs from his end, 5 from the other end. And I would imagine that the Dolphins will take it straight away. We're not seeing any reverse, we're not seeing any spin. Straight away you see the difference in pace. Similani's not slow, bowls a heavy ball, but just seeing how quickly Tristan Lees has bowled today. Just chatting to Mark Charlton while you were on air with Heinrich Strijdom. He tells me that Duan Ulafir is injured. That's why he's not playing in this game. He got hit in the adductor. Is that the adductor?
Yeah. Well, those side muscles.
In the side muscle while batting.
Oh wow.
And apparently very sore. Might not even be available for the first couple of 50 over games, and that's the reason that Gideon Peters is playing in this game.
Well bowled, well played.
And Peters, by all accounts, has, like you were saying, been slippery. Hit a couple of their own batters in training.
Giving coaches grey hairs.
Yeah. Similani's also done a real job for the Dolphins today. Coming towards the end of his 9th over, none for 22. And, has made it tough to score. Neatly played. There should be a couple here.
Good placement from the batter. JP King moves over to 43.
So a good consistent season. It looks a good package at the crease. There's JP King. He's big and strong, moves his feet well.
Shot.
That's very well fielded. It's not going to go for 4 as a result of that, and they come back for 2.
Tapang Tole saved 2 runs there for his team.
Yeah.
They would have rocketed into the Hollywoodbets signage on the floor.
Might have taken out an Adida along the way. Just reminding ourselves of what else is going on around the country. The late start in the game at Parle, where the Eastvale Northwest Dragons won the toss, chose to bat. They're 112 without loss.
Oh wow.
Mwepe is 59 and Mikhail Prince is 48. Struggle for the bowlers there. Western Province are well set now after a delayed start against the Titans. They're 166 for 4. Carl Verena, who got 200 last
204
week,
not out, yeah.
is 39 not out.
Another reverse sweep from with Sami. Not getting in the middle of the bat this time.
And then the game at the Wanderers, Muti Ram Tuskers winning the toss, choosing to bat, bowled out in 22.5 overs for 63, with Vian Mulder taking 7 for 6, career best. In reply, the Lions are 126 for 1. Dominic Hendricks and Zubair Hamza, both 58 not out. And the long and the short of it is that the Dolphins can't avoid the fact that they need to win this game. If they're going to play in next week's final, they need to win the game. It's a tough ask from here. 230 for 5. 2 batters well set. Mutasamy, as well as he's played, looks like he could have got out half a dozen times. He's missed that one.
Almost looked like it was too full to do that.
Yeah. I think it hit him outside the line, otherwise we would have seen a big shout for LB.
That's better. And straight to a fielder. Oh, horrible throw.
End of the over. Parsons now, he's going at 4 and over in a game where nobody is going at 3 and over. And you have to ask the question why he's bowling. You've got to look for a change-up of some description. There's 7 overs to go before the second new ball. I would be calling over Samuel Pillay and just saying, come and bowl a couple of overs, young man.
Just something different.
Come and learn the game. Conditions are a little bit more pleasant for the fielding side now. Just a haze has come across from the city.
Welcome relief.
The direct sunlight is being filtered. There's not too much breeze out there now. It's a very still afternoon in Durban. Similani into his 10th over.
Oh, slashed away.
Glorious stroke. 4 runs. And that will bring up 50 for JP King. 50 coming off 78 balls, 6 fours and a 6.
Can also let you know that we are batting first against Canada.
Thank you.
We are 20 for no wicket after 2.1.
Canada won toss and bowl. Yeah.
De Kock on 4 and Aidan Markram is opening with him on 13. Oh, what ball.
That is a snorter. Where did that come from? We've seen that today, haven't we? The odd ball does something extravagant.
Every now and again.
Just thinking about Canada winning the toss and bowling, and they must have a couple of guys who are good club cricketers who are thrown the ball, and at the top of their mark they look up and see Quinton de Kock on strike, and a little tremor will run through your body because you've watched him on the telly.
Or then you've still got Ryan Rickleton to come in, Miller, Stubbs, Janssen. Oh no, not a good day to be a Canadian. Well bowled again.
It is well bowled. Yeah, he bowled with heart today, as Similani. It's good to see. Yeah, and then maybe Quinny gets off strike, and now you're facing Aidan Markram, who made a career-defining 100 in the World Test final at Lords against Australia, and you run into bowl to him, and you see this huge presence at the crease, and you think to yourself, how am I going to get past that? Good over this from Similani. One bad ball went for 4, but generally been in the right place. Very important for the Dolphins that they carry on taking wickets here, not just for the status of the match, but to pick up bonus points.
100%.
They've got 2 so far. End of the over. 234 for 5. Where's that game being played against Canada?
Ahmedabad.
Ahmedabad. Okay.
Yeah. Might get a bit of dew later on.
Wonder whether they got a crowd there. Oh. Looks like drinks are coming onto the field here in the final session. It's 3:45 local time. We've still got 24 overs remaining in the day. So the players are taking a drink, so will we. Welcome back to Hollywoodbets Kingsmead. We're in the final session of the first day of this CSA 4-day match. It's the last round of matches before next week's final. The Warriors have got 1 foot in the final, and indeed a home final. They top the log at the moment. The Dolphins have still got an outside chance of being in that final, but they need to wrap this innings up, and right now it's not looking like it's going to be wrapped up anytime soon. JP King is 50 not out, and Seniran Mutasamy is 28 not out. Bryce Parsons, captaining the Dolphins in this game, is bowling his slow left arm from the Mgani end, and we've got 6 overs remaining to the second new ball.
Catch it.
Edged onto the pad, it went straight up in the air, but Hanu Fulyun couldn't get there. A meaningful look from Slip to his captain to say, "You sure you want me here and not there?" There's the reverse.
Oh, it hit him on the foot.
It's gone straight off the foot down to the boundary. They're going to get 3 here. You think that was a chance?
Yeah. A very, very tough one, but I think Muthasami's reverse swept that into Ethan Bosch's left foot and ricocheted all the way down to the boundary. It's a 50-run partnership between King and Muthasami off 91 balls.
Dominated by the left-hander, who's come out with a very aggressive attitude and has taken the game away from the Dolphins. Partnership is worth 60 now.
Captain kicks dirt in disgust. So thinking maybe to bowl it a little bit fuller.
It looks like a late finish here at Kingsmead today. Probably around about 5:30 potentially, with 23.5 overs still to be bowled. Oh, that is a definite chance that's gone down. Same reverse sweep, and this time it flew quickly to the right of Ethan Bosch. He just stuck his hand out. Sometimes they stick, not today. Five runs off the over and a couple of chances. 240 for 5. So with 5 overs left to the second new ball, I would imagine that Bryce Parsons will not be shaken in his resolve. He'll keep himself on for 2 more overs, with 3 more at the other end, probably from Similani.
Try and keep the 3 fast men.
And the question will be, who does he give the second new ball to? The first new ball he gave to Kele and Bosch. But there's no question that the best bowlers of the day have been McQuena and Luce.
I'm going to go with Sele and McQuena. Just because they haven't bowled of late. Tristan Luce has just finished his spell a few overs ago.
That's a good shot. That's a really top shot. Lots of bat on it for JP King. Picks up his 7th 4. He's also got a 6. And at 244 for 5, Dolphins are staring down the barrel here. In some ways, they'll say, well, we've kept them under 3 and over.
Oh, that's true. Can you?
Shot.
Oh my word.
4 more. A little bit too short from Similani. Hasn't bowled many bad balls today, but 2 in a row have gone to the boundary. Yeah, and it's just starting to look a little grim for the Dolphins.
The tap's opening up very slowly at the moment.
Remember, they won the toss and put the Warriors in this morning. Good run for King.
Let's move swiftly to the 60s.
61 off 87. It's probably fair to say he's been the most fluent player on display today. Mudasami's made the difference. When he came in at 187 for 5, talking about the possibility of another quick wicket and you're into the tail, and instead this partnership has taken the game away. .62 they've added in fluent fashion. Yes, they've given a couple of chances along the way. Nothing easy. And from this platform, you now turn around our conversation. We're talking about how do the Dolphins get back into the game. Well, there's a chance that the Warriors can bat the Dolphins out of the game. The remainder of this session, and if they were to bat through until after lunch tomorrow.
Ideally try and bat until tea time. 500, 550 plus.
Yeah, then you can set attacking fields and really press for the victory that would ensure a home final at St George's next week. 250 comes up at the very end of the 76th over.
I think the final will be at the Wanderers.
You're assuming that the Warriors aren't going to win this game.
No.
Right. That's a big call to make before the end of the first day.
Might as well throw my 2 cents in right now.
Yeah, so the Lions are in pole position. They're currently lying third in the log with 96.38 points, effectively 8 points behind the Warriors before this game began.
And they've got their full bowling points already.
So they are already up at the 100 mark.
And the Warriors have got 150, 200, 253 points.
Lions now 139 for 1 in reply to 63 all out. Dom Hendricks is 65. Zubair Hamza is 64. Western Province have lost a wicket. 175 for 5 against the Titans. And Calvarena is the man who's gone. big wicket. Kicking away, happy that that's not going to hit the stumps. And then the Dragons are 117 for none against Boerland. The Seabird Mwepe is 63 not out.
Another reverse sweep.
Should
Nice
get
and
4 for
fun.
this. He does. Mikhail Prince 49 not out for the Dragons. And with a bit of weather around in Paarl and in Cape Town, possibility of draws in those 2 games. So as you say, seizing their opportunity, the Lions have got a lot of the game over and done with already before close on the first day.
Because they effectively got all their bowling points, which is 4. If you could get... How many overs were bowled there?
40. They're 140 off 40.
They could decide when they get to 150, okay, what are we doing? They could get 150, 200, 250, 300.
Really go on the attack?
If they've got wickets in hand, 100%. Try and get as many batting points as possible.
Then get the Tuskers in quickly on day 2.
And finish them up.
And finish, yeah.
So your call of a 2-day game, 3-day game, it's spot on.
Yeah, and that, of course, will necessarily affect the way that the Warriors approach this game.
Well, I'm surprised that coaches or management or somebody hasn't told them. Because if they know the Lions have taken their 4 bowling points, surely you try and get as many batting points as you could. Well, I am saying that because they got bowled out for 60 at about lunchtime, yeah?
Before lunch, 23 overs.
So, yeah, well, I would have sent a message out to maybe just play a little bit more positively.
It's a difficult one, isn't it? Because what you don't want at 257 for 5 is to be bowled out for 300. Obviously that doesn't look likely. And Samuel Pillay is now coming into the attack. So they're going to give him an over, possibly 2 overs before the second new ball, which is due in 3 overs time.
They might attack the new ball.
They might. Well, it starts with a half tracker, and that has gone all the way. No, it hasn't. 1 bounce 4. Not a great start from Samuel Pillay. He was the DHS captain last season, making his way in first-class cricket.
Gently played into the leg side for 1.
Mutasamy has got himself to 44 off 67.
The strike rate, his strike rate was at 38, now 65. That reverse sweep has worked out for him.
Run rate is now 3.4. So yes, the Dolphins have just let it slip in the last hour, maybe during the course of this partnership. They've just let it slip a little bit. Good comeback from Pillay after going for 4 off his first ball. One to finish the over, 6 off it. 2 more to the second new ball.
Bit of urgency from the fielding side now, knowing they're probably not going to get through the next 20 overs.
You think they'll lose the light?
6 minutes past 4. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. Sun has been staying up for a while, so just depends how quickly they get through the overs.
Well, we've got spin at both ends for the first time in the match. And Parsons runs back to his mark, aware of his responsibilities from an over 8 perspective. It's a different story bowling against Mutasamy, who's with that reverse sweep, he's opening up both sides of the wicket.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, he's
Beautifully
got hold
played
of that
again.
one again. And that is 4.
That's 4.
Sprawling attempt on the boundary from Kush Kelly, but he couldn't bring it under control. Well, he's lived and died by the shot, hasn't he? He gave away a couple of very tough chances, but it's been worth probably 20 runs to him.
Played it so well in Pakistan as well, so I think he's got full of confidence for that shot anyway.
Oh, that does look an area of concern for Mutasamy, but he sort of lunges at the ball every now and then. Inside edge onto pad.
But it almost seems when he's lunging, his hands are going with him. I know a lot of us left-handers, we used to turn our back, so it either hits your pad or hits you, or like you say, you don't want an inside edge onto your pad and it loops up for the keeper to catch you, or any close fielders.
So last over before the second new ball, and we're already seeing Ethan Bosch warming up. So I think it's fair to say he's going to bowl from the Umgani end, and then it's just a question of who's going to bowl after Semil Pillay from the Old Fort end. Could be the man fielding the ball now, Kush Kelly. He took the first new ball. Bowled very well with it, but didn't get the breakthrough. Rush hour on the highway adjoining the ground. That's the noise you might be able to hear in the background. Oh, that's a lovely
clever,
stroke.
Clever
From Mutasamy. Picks up 4.
That's his 50. 71 balls. 7 fours, which probably about 5 of them are reverse sweeps.
Third person to go past 50 for the Warriors today. Not what the Dolphins would have wanted when they put them in this morning. The other thing is the Dolphins are going to have to bat last on this. Mutasami might yet be a key performer with the ball. Look up at the scoreboard and you see 275 for 5. If you've just walked into the ground, you're probably thinking to yourself, well, they've been a little bit slow after deciding to bat first. And
That's not the case.
Not the case. End of the over, 7 from it. New ball is due. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, looks like the old ball has already been thrown off the field. So new ball will be taken immediately. And it'll be given to Ethan Bosch. Absolutely crucial for the Dolphins, if they still dream of being in the 4-day final, that this second new ball brings them 2 or 3 quick wickets.
Well, this is it, Andy. I mean, it's not going to be 18 overs. It's going to be maybe an hour and 10 minutes, hour and 15 maybe. If they're lucky, the clouds hold out. This is it. This is where they're going to have to take 3 or 4 wickets now. If they stand any chance of making a game of it. Because you also don't want them to finish today with the same 2 batters they've got now.
2 slips and a gully for the right-handed JP King. It bounces twice on the way through to keeper Hannu Filyun. We'll give him the best and say that was a loosener from Ethan Bosch, who's already bowled 3 spells today.
I almost think you've got to break this partnership quite early and then go bang bang. So these 2 come tomorrow morning, might open their shoulders up a little bit.
Edged?
Bit of
No,
swing.
not edged. Wow.
It's a bit of swing.
That went a long way, didn't it? We did see the first new ball swing, probably for about 10 overs. And after that, it settled down. The odd ball seemed. And we certainly saw no genuine reverse swing later in the innings. It's well played. Yeah, talking of reverse swing, Vaughan, I mean, I can imagine the great Pakistan side of the late 80s, early 90s, with Wasim and Waqar, they would have reversed it.
Faced it, Alberton Cricket Club. It's, yeah. But they are the best components or users of reverse swing. Shah Langerfeldt was very good.
Mm-hmm.
Fortunate to be his teammate at the Lions for a while. Rory Kleinfeld, Werner Philander, who were also very good exponents. Obviously learned from Langerfeldt.
And that one's gone the other way.
before he moved up to the high felt. So there were a few guys, especially in our domestic scene, that were good exponents of reverse swing. There's so many theories, and so there were a few guys that were just exceptional.
So Bosch is getting it in the strike zone, just wobbling it around, hoping for a breakthrough. And it looks like McQuena swinging his arms at long leg, who will be bowling the next over.
Interesting, but good.
Good over. Got the ball past the bat.
It's good to see a bit of swing.
Oh, looks like we're wrong. Looks like Kush Kelly has taken off his cap, and he is going to bowl. So same order as we saw with the first new ball. Bosch and Kelly from the old Fort End. So both of them bowl well with the first new ball.
I think this is the man. With the second new ball, I think he might get it to talk a little bit.
Number 21 off 12. Tells you how well he's bowled. If he could finish the day with 2 for 40, this would be a very different game of cricket.
I think even the Warriors 7-8 down, it's a completely different game then. So I haven't got to that elusive 300 yet.
Gets one past the bat with a little bit of swing. JP King might argue that he played inside the line there. Mutasamy comes down for a quick word. So he obviously doesn't think that he played inside the line.
I think Senior is just reminding JP that you don't have to play at everything.
Taking the quick run. I think he was safely home. Well, we spoke about just before tea when JP King was proven to be run out at the non-striker's end and was given not out by the umpires. And there's no recourse to TMO or DRS, I should say, wrong sport. In the 4-day contest, take away JP King's runs and a very different prospect.
Yeah.
And my co-commentator at the time said out. His finger went straight up, ladies and gentlemen. Well bowled.
Oh, well bowled. There's a lot of urgency after the over, but there's not much urgency during the over.
So 1 ball and 16 overs remaining in the day's play. Good over from Kelly, but hasn't got the breakthrough. 277 for 5. So if you're bat inside now, you're just saying, keep it quiet, let's see off the shine, or are you saying this is the best time to score?
I think I'll tell you now after this ball.
Once again, a little bit of shape.
I think if I'm sitting in that change room, it'd be more of keep playing your own game. I mean, one guy's on 69, the other guy's on 53. So yes, just be mindful. It is a new ball. It is going to swing. Have your defenses up, but if it's time to score, go for it. Commit yourself 100% and go.
Nicely played. We've got a couple here. Partnership worth 93 now for the 6th wicket, highest partnership of the innings.
And why I say that is because if you look at just normal batting, the opportunity to score becomes a lot easier. So that 3.4 then becomes 3.6 very quickly.
They were hoping for a little lazy tickle down the leg side there, didn't make contact with the bat.
Bosch coming around the wicket now. Oh, well ball.
Yeah, natural ball would come in at the left-hander. That one just held its line away. Well,
Oh, shot.
he got up on his toes to play that, and he's picked up 4 for it. Expert batting from Senaran Mudasamy. End of the over. 284 for 5. The Warriors. Now, what have we got here for JP King? New pair of gloves? Yeah, that's what it is.
I think for both of them.
Yep.
Maybe a wipe of the face.
Kelly, second over the second new ball. It's his 14th in all. The Dolphins have had all day to regret making the decision that they made at the toss. And I should reiterate, it's not wisdom after the event from Vaughan and I. We did say,
Okay.
the moment that we heard the news, wow, that's an odd decision.
Especially with the weather we've had down here. Just don't understand it. Maybe we should have an interview with the coach tomorrow morning. Just find out.
More bold.
Bold again.
This is where first class cricket reveals character in a way that one day cricket doesn't. It's the final session of a long day, and you look around the field and who wants to be here? Who wants to make a difference? Definitely a little bit of nip for Kush Kelly.
Oh!
Not out. It wasn't the full-throated roar either from wicketkeeper or bowler. Let's have a look at it again. It's just turning him around with that late movement. Almost the first time in his innings that JP King has looked hesitant. And this time
my
he gets
goodness.
past the outside edge. What a good spell of bowling that is. Top over from Kush Kelly. It's a maiden and very nearly a wicket maiden. That one goes past. I think the wrists got dropped at the last minute there from Mutasamy. It looks like Tristan Lees is warming up at mid-wicket. Wouldn't surprise me if we saw a quick double change while the ball is new and get both of the quick bowlers into the attack simultaneously.
Well bowled again.
Shot.
Shot.
That'll be 4. Short boundary on the offside for the left-hander. Mutasamy moves into the 60s. That brings up the 100 partnership. Mutasamy's got 63 of that partnership. It's come off 152 balls. So great.
They've both complemented themselves very well.
Whoops, a daisy. $288 for 5. Still got 13.2 overs left in the day. The light is showing no signs of fading. Local time 4:30. Maybe a 5:20 finish around about then.
Effectively 58 minutes left. So have to go to 5:30.
Right.
Yeah, I think we could see that double change happening very soon.
Yeah, we're seeing the full warm-up routine now from Tristan Luce. We're imagining he will bowl at his favoured end, which is the Old Fort, in which case he would replace Kush Kelly. Maybe Kelly will come back from Bosch's end. That's gone past the inside edge. Dolphins need a moment of inspiration from somewhere.
I totally agree with you, Andy. Need a good catch or a peach. Something to happen for them.
It's well fielded. A little slower ball from Bosch, but it was a leg stump half volley. It's got away with it, really. There was a no ball in there.
Yep. 16 overs, 0 for 58.
Yeah, he's only got 11 wickets at 30 this year in the 4-day competition as Bosch. You could argue that he's bowled without luck today. It just seems to be something missing. So Kelly is continuing. In the air and safe.
Shot.
Oh,
Good shot.
how about that? Nothing that we've previously seen has prepared us for that.
Slapped over mid-off. Nothing wrong with the length.
Thought momentarily that he just picked out mid-off, but it was well over his head. Dressing room enjoyed that.
They've enjoyed the last 10 minutes of these two batting. They become very vocal.
$294 for 5. From a Dolphins perspective, they've got 13 overs, all but 2 balls, to try and pick up 2 bowling bonus points. No, I'm wrong, aren't I? They've got 100 overs, so that's going to be 2 more for Mudasamy. Yeah, so they've got 85 overs after this. 15 overs remaining to take bonus points. And the Warriors are in the happy position of knowing that they can really go on the attack anytime they like.
It's the first time in this whole innings CSA has been attacked. 7 runs off 4 balls so far. It's the first time they've actually taken it to him. Always been very circumspect against him.
Unexpected short ball, but well dealt with by Mudasamy. Well, decent over, but there was a good hit for 4 at the beginning of it. That might be the last we see of Kelly this evening. And it looks as if Tristan Lees is going to replace Ethan Bosch from our end, which he hasn't bowled from today. It'd be good to see him from this angle. He's been the bowler of the day. He's picked up 3 for 47 off 14 overs and has bowled with consistent pace and asked a lot of questions. Well, let's come out of the middle of the bat from just a defensive push. Mudasamy checks his guard and now ready to play.
Oh my goodness.
Wow,
It's a nice freebie to get.
wasn't it just? A wide full toss, smacked away for 4.
300 up. Second 87 overs. 399 minutes.
And the run rate continues to climb, 3.5 now.
And that's another batting point.
Well, technically, you get 0.02 points for every run.
After 150, but
Yeah.
every point is at 50 runs. Short. Beautiful straight drive. Beautiful straight drive again.
Both players in the 70s now. So Budasami has ridden his luck a little bit, given a couple of really tough chances off reverse sweeps. But against the paceman, he's been very good. Oops, Tristan Lee's just losing his line a little bit. Not sure why the captain would have turned him round from where he's been successful. Could explain those two bad balls in a row.
Yeah, unless Cele's still going to bowl another 2 or 3.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only thing I can think of.
Shot.
Oh my word.
That's probably
Shot
the best
of-
shot he's played.
Shot of the day,
Mm.
I think.
Just a
Nothing better than a cover drive.
little bit of width and just leaned on it.
Oh. I think he wants his 100 tonight. He can sleep well.
Well, this is the moment, isn't it? With 11 overs left in the day, you can attack. Second boundary of the over, third boundary of the over, I should say. Good finish, but not what his captain was looking for. 13 off the over. And indeed, Kelly is continuing from the old fort end. You'd want to see McQuenna in the attack sooner rather than later, I feel.
Oh.
But,
Bold.
to be fair, Kelly has bowled very well with this second new ball with no luck. Beaten the outside edge on several occasions.
I also think Tristan Lewis got turned around because seniority rules, eh?
Yep, fair enough. Now, the sun has just gone behind the trees here, and the light quality has gone with it. Shot.
Wow.
That is 4 more, and the boundaries are really flowing now for the Warriors. 313 for 5.
You almost felt this acceleration was going to happen once I hit 300. I mean, these two can bat until tomorrow lunchtime, tea time, if they don't get out.
Well, not so long ago we were talking, Vaughan, about 2 or 3 wickets quickly with the second new ball. It's not looking likely now.
So 7.3 done with the new ball. Chances are dwindling ever so quickly.
That might be a wide.
Very much a wide.
It is indeed. Kelly closer to his own stumps than the striker's stumps with the bounce of the ball.
Very much so. Not liking the idea of getting slapped through the covers for 4.
So I'll have to bowl that one again. That'll be a couple if they push. Flat throw from Tristan Lees. Not particularly accurate though.
Viljoen staring him down.
There was a moment halfway through the day where we thought Viljoen wasn't going to take any further part in the match. So they've done well to fix that finger.
It's nothing that elastoplast and strapping can't do.
Remember Corne Cricker, who played on the flank for the Springboks? Corne was in a car crash in, I don't want to get this wrong, but something like 1997. And he damaged his left hand. He played his entire career with 2 fingers strapped together.
Jeez, that.
Well played by King. Just opened the face enough to allow the single. And that might be the end of Kelly.
Could be.
317 for 5. And 10 overs remaining in the day. The sun's come back out, and with it, the light is perfect again.
He was one of South Africa's best loose forwards.
He was a lovely man, and he told me an interesting story. When Harry Viljoen was coach, Harry wouldn't pick a forward if he was less than 100 kilos. and of course news of this got out, and I remember bumping into Corne 5 or 6 years after he'd finished, and he'd taken up cycling at that stage, and he was built like a rake again. And I said, well, you were never 100 kilos. He said, no. He said, when we went to the weigh-ins, I had weights in my pockets. A little bit of bounce, but well played. And they come back for 2. Fortunately, Harry never found out. Corne had weights in his pockets.
I'm sure Corne probably had the fitness trainers all in the loop. Surely would have found something clinking and clonking in the pockets there.
Was born and bred in Zambia, where his father's got a pig farm just outside Lusaka. Looking for the Yorker, nothing wrong with that. Well done. You can't take anything away from the way that Tristan Lees has bowled today. He's been full of energy, and on a pitch where nobody else is getting wickets, he's got 3 of them. But in the old policy, you won't want to go dancing tonight.
No.
That's well played.
Good pace behind the ball.
lovely carry. The noise it makes when it hits the gloves. I remember Jim Parks, who kept wicket for Sussex in England. John Snow, who won a test series in Australia bowling quick for England, was also the new ball man for Sussex. And I don't know whether you played at Hove. And so Hove's got that big slope.
Oh, good field.
No run. And John Snow used to come down the hill. A generation later, Garth LaRue had to come up the hill because Imran Khan came down the hill. But John Snow used to come down the hill and bowl towards the sea. And Jim Parks told me that on days when there was nothing happening, he would gradually move closer and closer to the stumps, because he said, when the ball hit my gloves here, the batsman would hear and look around, and suddenly they'd start thinking it's doing something. They used to say at Hove that when the ball started moving for no reason, it wasn't just that the tide was coming in, it was the ghost of Maurice Tate was walking.
Fortunate enough to play at Hove in the under 15 World Cup semi-final.
Oh wow!
In 2000, we lost to West Indies.
West Indies probably had a few tasty players, did they?
Yes, they did. Excuse me. They had the keeper, Dennis Ramden.
Yep.
Ravi Rampal.
Yes, I remember Rampal. Yeah.
Santoki, left arm seamer.
McQuainer is in the attack, incidentally.
Xavier Marshall, opening batter.
1999 World Cup. The Proteas played a warm-up game in Hove. And the late Hansi Cronje told me a lovely story about Lance Klusener, who of course lit up that 1999 World Cup, was the player of the tournament and got runs every time he came to the crease. And Hansi said that Klusener liked to warm up against the bowling machine. Didn't want to go in the nets and face bowling. He liked to go in the nets and face the bowling machine and hit it straight. Just wanted the feel of the ball on the bat. Hit it straight and hard. He said Lance went to the wicket at Hove, and at the top end there were a whole bunch of people in deck chairs. For those of you who don't know, Hove is on the south coast of England, and it's a seaside town. Might have been interesting if it had hit there. And Hansi said Klusener came in, and the first over he faced, he hit one of those straight drives. And it hit a guy in a deck chair who tumbled out of the deck chair, and the deck chair went splat. I said you could have heard a pin drop on the ground.
That's when you go and find a new place to go and sit.
Nobody was expecting the ball to come quite that firmly. Well bowled. That's against a guy who's faced 127 deliveries and he's on 86 not out.
Yeah, we batted first, and then there was a bit of West Indies went into bat and it started raining. But I think we had to come back. No, we came back later in the day. Came back, and then our captain was bowling the last over. They needed about 6 or 7, and good over. Oh, it could have actually been 9. I can't remember. And all I remember is standing I was either at cover or mid wicket. bowling down towards the sea. And walk in, as you normally do, and next minute everybody just heard this screech, like somebody screaming like in pain. As we all look, it was our captain. He dislocated his shoulder while bowling, and the ball went straight up. It wasn't a no ball, but straight up, full toss, head over mid-wicket, 4 runs. They won the game.
Game over.
Yeah.
Who was your captain?
Mandlika Deepa from Eastern Province.
Okay.
Yeah, he dislocated his shoulder.
With the last ball of the match. Wow. Imagine that.
We would have played in the final against Pakistan at Lord's.
Oh. Sliced away. There is a third man. They'll pick up one.
Instead, we had to go and watch it on number ones. Sit in the stands.
And did Dika go on to play first class cricket?
No. Durban van Wyk played in that team.
Now in charge of cricket at St Charles.
Yeah. Trying to think who else was there.
Oh, he's
yes,
got him!
He's got him.
Strangled down the leg side. Well. JP King, you've got to give it to the bowler. He's got 2 strangles down the leg side, but it's what he bowls before then that makes all the difference. So King gone for 86, 129 balls, 10 fours and a 6.
And that's taken off a length as well. Oof.
Well, every time we write the obituary for the Dolphins, they do something. Now, are they coming off? Surely not. Why on earth would they be coming off?
Oh, okay, so I know this rule. If they take a wicket in that 10 over, in the last 10 minutes,
Yeah.
because there hasn't been any rain or stoppages for rain, we cannot go into that half an hour at the end of the day. I remember this.
Thank
the late
you.
Murray, yeah, it was actually Murray and Sean George. They were the ones that always used to say, "You guys can't get an extra half an hour if we haven't stopped or if we haven't had any stoppages." So those overs you lose basically.
Right. And presumably the Dolphins will be penalised at some stage.
Well, hopefully it's not that bad. What are we into the 91st over? Yeah. Oh.
I think we're 5 overs short, aren't we?
Yeah, we're 5, 6.
It's 96, isn't it? So
Five-
it's
5.4.
5.4 overs short.
So depending on their timings, if it's over a certain, the captain of the game gets into trouble.
Okay. Right, well, let's just go through the scoreboard. Madeira Lateko, bowled by McQuainer, middle stump for 3. And Mohammed Manik, caught Similani, bowled at least 15. Matthew Brieska, LBW, bowled at least 5. At that stage, 56 for 3. And the decision to win the toss and chose to bowl was looking a good one. But after that, successive good partnerships have batted the Warriors into a really powerful position. They were 126 for 4 when Kashile was caught behind down the leg side off Tristan Lees, and then Jordan Herman, who'd held the innings together, was caught by Parsons off a miscue from the quick bowling of McQuena for 94 off 157 balls with 15 boundaries. JP King, last man to fall, caught down the leg side by Phil Yun off the bowling of Lees for 86 with 10 fours and a 6. Mudasamy is there, not out, on 79 from 106 deliveries. And the Warriors at the close of play are 323 for 6. The partnership broken at 136. And that is the way that we will wrap things up at the end of day one of this 4-day game. Play will begin, I'm assuming, at 9 o'clock tomorrow, not earlier. And we will join you then. Thanks very much for joining us. We've enjoyed bringing it to you. Thank you, VBJ.
Thanks, Andy.
That was a long day, wasn't it?
Yeah. Especially when one of us decides
We're
to go
gonna-
at 1 o'clock.
We're going to have to work something out. He's going to have to work, isn't he?
So I'm thinking
If we've got,
what I thought today is if you go an hour, I go an hour
yeah,
until he leaves, and then we here until
well, he does everything. He does 9 till, he does the morning session until lunch,
with us,
yeah,
and then
and then lunch is at 11:30, back at 12:10, and then he does that whole session. So we can't ask him to do the whole morning session, but I think we can say, you open up, we'll give you a half-hour break, and then you finish.
I think once both of us have come through here,
Yeah.
then he can go.
Right.
So if you're starting tomorrow, then I'll wait, then I'll come in.
Yeah.
When I come in, he can go, because then you come back.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
then that one is half an hour, and then he comes back. And then he sits with you,
Yeah.
then me, then you,
Yeah.
until
Yeah.
lunchtime, whatever, and then
Then after lunch, he must do
The whole
12,
one,
12:10 till he needs to go at
Yeah.
1. Yeah. All right.
because I think 1 o'clock is drinks anyway.
Yeah, you're right. Is that your pen, VVJ?
Yes.